order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weddleton. Here. Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Croft.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Mr. Traney.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Wemhoff.
Here.
Mr. Dyson. Here. Ms. Sprosky.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Smith, will you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any minutes of previous meetings?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Well, I do have one thing to report, Mr. Chair, if I
Excellent.
could. In this last week, I was with a delegation from Anchorage. We went to Harbin, China, where we signed a memorandum of understanding with the city of Harbin, which is a step towards bringing direct flights between Anchorage and Harbin. It took us approximately 20 to 24 hours to go each way. A direct flight is about 6.5 hours. They are anxious to exchange visitors and tourists with us as well as goods. So this is something that, with any tailwind at all, should be effectuated by June of this year.
Congratulations, and thank you for doing that. I did not have an Assembly Chair report. Committee reports. Ms. Sprosky?
So February was Visit Our Schools Month all across the Anchorage School District. I led many tours in my school, and I know some of the Assembly members went to their local schools. It was an opportunity for schools to get their names out there, for students to see neighborhood schools they could be going to, and to see charter and alternative schools that were a potential as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sprosky. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. The Community and Economic Development Committee met on the 28th, and we looked at some changes to conform our marijuana laws with recent changes by the state's Marijuana Control Board. And also looking at changing the requirement that marijuana operations show us all their debt when they transfer their licenses, and also continuing to look at area restrictions for packaged liquor stores, and we'll pick that up again in a month or so. And at our next meeting on March 14th, we'll begin a process for a user's guide for land use issues. We've seen recently an ongoing issue we'll see today, and another rezone that's just introduced today, that the requirements and developers' expectations are here and the publics are here, and we need to get those in line because it's causing a lot of problems. So that would be for rezone, site plans, all kinds of land use issues. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar?
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Audit Committee will meet tomorrow, Wednesday, March 6, from noon to 1 p.m. at City Hall in room 155. And we'll be reviewing the recommendation and confirmation of award of the audit RFP, which actually I'll be addressing when we get to item 9C1. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Mr. Traney?
Nothing, sir.
Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Elections Committee met on February 27th. We discussed a case from North Carolina about something that's called ballot harvesting. And because of that ballot harvesting, they actually had to call for a new election. This is a congressional election. And so we were learning a little bit about what ballot harvesting is and how we think that we might need to make a couple changes to our code so that we don't have that type of thing happening here. We also discussed the progress that
we've been made so we can be ready for our upcoming vote-by-mail election, which is 4 weeks from today, I believe. Thank you.
I believe it is. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Only to report that the Utilities and Enterprise Committee will be meeting again on the 15th of March, which is a Friday at, I believe, 11 a.m. The notice should have gone out today to the website. And this will be an opportunity to hear from the port customers. And also, I'm in discussions between the chair and Mr. Falsey about hosting a special meeting in which we would get a briefing on litigation, both in a public session and in executive session. And so I hope that might be on the 15th, but we're getting behind the curve on scheduling, so just stand by for that because it's important that we all be briefed on the status of current litigation.
Appreciate that, Mr. Constant, your leadership on that issue. Are you going to have it at LUSAC or at City Hall?
Yeah, no, it's going to be in our standard room at that time. I might ask to move it up to the 8th floor if the room is available. It's larger and more convenient for folks. But at this time, that meeting is scheduled to be over there.
Great. We're trying to fit in those meetings Fridays at 11 to give time for our work sessions. So there's going to be a number of those meetings, and hopefully that's convenient for the members.
Just last note on that, going forward after the election, we'll likely move the calendar back to the regularly scheduled time on Thursday, which worked for a long time.
Ms. Wimhoff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No reports.
Senator Dyson?
I have since December really concentrated my attention and these public safety committees on response and lessons from the earthquake. And our last meeting, I understood from the administration that they were getting more data and more information, and that would warrant another meeting, and I'm kind of waiting for that. And I'd just like to know your intentions and what we'd like to cover. I'd like to say that the administration made a very wise decision in picking the mobile phone carrier, and that one has extensive coverage in the area, but also has backup. And I met with the CEO, or at least 8 hours that they'll keep it up. They have 30 portable generators and 1,000 gallons of fuel or more, and the delivery, and they are ready, if necessary, to take those emergency generators to the mobile towers, and I understand the wiring's all in place to keep those mobile phone towers in operation. And for all of us, I think that have been paying attention, that's a huge communication network that we have available, performed admirably, and is for the future, is secure for the future with, I think, about as good a technology as available. My next intention for the Public Safety Committee is child exploitation, pornography, and trafficking in our area. And but I'm very open to any suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. I skipped over myself on committee reports. On Friday, this Friday, the 8th, at just after 12:15, coming back from the from another committee, or coming back from our joint meeting on with the school district, there'll be a legislative committee meeting. We've, as all of Alaska has been, trying to figure out how to respond to the state's, the governor's proposed budget and our request to the state. And so that will at least begin that discussion this Friday. And then there will be a transportation committee meeting coming up. I don't have the time yet, but we wanted to get before you, which is on tonight's consent agenda, the repeal of taxi cab regulations. Obviously, that will engender some comment, and we'll have a really not a work session, a committee meeting on that. Mr. Trainey?
Eric, I've got a letter the State Senate received today from the Fairbanks Borough opposed to what the governor wants to do with this budget. I'll make that available to the joint meeting we have with the school board. That may be a track we decide we need to take, sir.
Right, I think so. Thank you, Mr. Trainey. Now, can we get a motion to incorporate the addendum? And I believe we have one or two laid on the table items.
Move to incorporate the addendum and the two laid on the table items.
Is there any objection?
Second.
It's moved, seconded. There you go. Any objection? Mr. Vice Chair.
9A3, resolution number AR 2019-79, the resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring the proud history of the Iditarod Trail Sled Dog Race and its continuing contribution to Alaskan culture. Assembly Member Constant. 9C1, Assembly Memorandum number AM 192-2019, recommendation of award to BDO USA LLP to provide professional auditing services for the Municipality of Anchorage Municipal Clerk's Office Purchasing Department. 9F9, ordinance number AO 2019-39, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 16.65 to prohibit smoking cigarettes within 10 feet of any playground in the municipality of Anchorage while children are present. Assembly Member Trainee, public hearing 3/19/2019. 9F10, ordinance number AO 2019-40, an omnibus ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly eliminating municipal regulation of taxicabs, limousines, and other vehicles for hire by amending the Anchorage Municipal Code of Regulations to repeal relevant chapters and provisions. Assembly Chair Croft, public hearing 3/19/2019. We also have two laid on the table items. Before I read this item, Mr. Constant, I'd like to get clarity on item 9B3. Would you like to have this item before us today or approved on the 19th?
That is really up to the body, but I'm fine if we delay it so that there's opportunity for a work session. It's a resolution, it doesn't need to, but the intent behind this is to fund, and Mr. Falsey is in the queue, so he surely has an opinion, but I'm fine if we wait. But I would like it to be introduced so that it's on the record.
For the body, that's item is a proposed allocation of money for us to have a contractor to look at the port and port issues. Mr. Falsey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two observations on this item. At the $100,000 price point, I believe this hits the threshold where you have to have a public hearing. So this couldn't be set at 9B3, but would have to be carried over for a public hearing at the next meeting. And the second is, it looks like there might have been some template confusion. So we ended up with a concur and a respectfully submitted from myself and the mayor, and I'm not sure we've actually gone through the fund certification process, so we could clean that up before the Assembly took action.
Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, I sat down with the clerk and we looked, and the numbers, it says above 100,000, the section of the code that I have, and we're happy to reduce it so that but it doesn't even matter. It's not, the point isn't to obfuscate. The point is to get it on the table.
Yeah, so we would like to get your concurrence, not just assume it, and we would like to have more discussion about this probably at a work session. So why don't we hold off on that? But members have it so you can look at it in its bare bones form, and then we'll get into more details.
Before we hold off, can we introduce it and then hold it over? So you don't need to.
The problem with resolutions is by introducing, they are passed instead of ordinances, which take both that and further action. So we'll hold off on that, and then Mr. Vice Chair.
Item 11C4 is Assembly Information Memorandum to Ordinance AO 2019-20.
Yeah, which is 11C on our item, so it's information for that. So there was no objection to the addition of those addendum and one laid on the table items. So we now have our consent agenda. Members can pull items from the consent agenda. Ms. Borowski?
Nothing to pull.
Thank you, Mr. Borowski. Mr. Weddleton?
Nothing.
Mr. Dunbar?
I'll pull 9A2 for reading.
Excellent. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
9A1 for reading, please.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance? That's okay.
Oh, okay. That was my fault. Ms. LaFrance is pulling that. I'm presenting.
Okay.
Either way, as long as it's pulled. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to pull two other items, 9 Charlie 1 and 9 Delta 10.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Rivera?
No items.
That's okay.
Mr. Trainee?
Nothing.
Nothing from Mr. Trainee. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Mr. Constant?
9A2, please.
That was already.
9 Alpha
Oh.
2 was moved, but we have it
Okay, good, thank
doubly pulled. It'll
you-
be pulled twice. Ms. Wimhoff.
9 Alpha 3. I think there was some mislabeling, Mr. Chair. 9 Alpha 3 is the Iditarod.
I can pull 9A3
Oh, okay.
for reading. And also, I would like to pull, please, 951 and 952.
Slow down for me. So for reading, we have 9 Alpha 3, and then what were the other two?
9F1 and 9F2.
Just for reading tonight.
Clerk reminds me with Wim Hof, those are for introduction. They do come back before us. You're welcome to pull them, but they will be back before us.
I just wanted to put on record my potential conflict, although we don't know. Yeah, thanks.
Perfect. That makes a lot of sense. Mr. Dyson.
No items.
Okay. Then I have 9 Alpha 1, 2, and 3 by various personages. I have 9 Charlie 1 by Ms. LaFrance, 9 Delta 10 by Ms. LaFrance, and 9 Foxtrot 1 and 2 by Ms. Wimhoff. Any others that anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda? 9 Alpha 1, 2, and 3. Yes, ma'am. So I would move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items. We'll put that on the board.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Members may proceed to vote on the consent agenda minus the pulled items. That passes 11 to nothing. Brings us to 9 Alpha 1, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing March 2019 as National Women's History Month.
No, it's a new projector.
It's the will of the body.
Move to approve?
No, they bought a new projector.
Second.
Bulb.
Been moved and seconded. Who's reading and who's presenting?
I'm reading, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. You may proceed.
AR number 2019-72, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing March 2019 as National Women's History Month. Whereas growing out of a small-town school event in California, Women's History Month is a celebration of women's contributions to history, culture, and society, and the United States has observed it annually throughout the month of March since 1987. And whereas Women's History Month has had a theme that corresponds with every year. And this year, the theme, Visionary Women, Champions of Peace and Nonviolence, honors women who have led efforts to end war, violence, and injustice, and pioneered the use of nonviolence to change society. And whereas from legal defense and public education to direct action and civil disobedience, women have expanded the American tradition of using inclusive, democratic, and active means to reduce violence, achieve peace, and promote the common good. And they have given voice to the unrepresented and hope to victims of violence. And whereas many organizations and individuals in Anchorage and all of Alaska embody this theme by participating in progressive social change movements, serving in the U.S. military, providing services to those in need, educating and being public servants, and whereas during March many events are taking place to celebrate Women's History Month, including the Women's History Month Luncheon by North to the Future, NTTF, which provides educational scholarships to Anchorage youth, Stockings, Guns, Rouge, and Rogues, the history of Alaska's Women of the Night at the Z.J. Lusac Library, and the Women's Hall of Fame, which continually honors Alaskan women, has its induction ceremony scheduled for April 30, 2019. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes March 2019 as National Women's History Month and encourages our community to participate locally in programs, ceremonies, and activities celebrating the contributions of women to our rich history, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 5th day of March 2019.
Welcome.
Thank you. On behalf of the Anchorage Women's Commission, I would like to extend a thank you on behalf of all women in Anchorage for this honor. And I would like to thank each of you for recognizing the contributions of women in Anchorage. Also, I'd like to take this moment to plug the fact that we have more female representation in our Juneau offices this year than ever before, and I'm very grateful to see that kind of political activity on behalf of women in our community. So thank you very much, all of you, for this honor.
We know you. Can we get your name for the record, though?
My name's Anita Halterman. I'm one of the Anchorage Women's Commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Halterman.
Tiffany Hall with the Anchorage Women's Commission.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Brings us to 9 Alpha 2, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing March 2019 as Brain Injury Awareness Month. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, this is passed. Who's reading? I have Mr. Dunbar.
I am reading.
Oh, okay. Mr. Weddleton, then.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing March 2019 as Brain Injury Awareness Month. Whereas March is National Brain Injury Awareness Month, a time to recognize the prevalence of brain injuries and help make lives better for individuals who have sustained this kind of trauma. And whereas traumatic and acquired brain injuries can happen to anyone and can bring a lifetime of secondary health conditions, including physical impairment, developmental delays, paralysis, cognitive and behavior problems, suicidal thoughts, and a greater risk of dementia and Alzheimer's. They present lifelong challenges for individuals and their families, and sadly, these injuries are largely preventable, as they are typically the result of motor vehicle crashes, falls, assaults, domestic violence, sports, or occupational injuries. And whereas the incidence of identified TABI in Alaska is statistically significantly higher than the national rate, and whereas some types of brain injuries are underlying contributors to homelessness, substance and alcohol abuse, criminal behavior, domestic violence, and incorrectly diagnosed mental and behavioral health disorders. But with easy access to education, assessment, support, and care, the overall quality of life will greatly increase, and individuals will be able to return to their home, school, work, and community, and overall costs for care will decrease. And whereas policymakers have a responsibility to promote the safety and well-being of their communities and the prevention of brain injuries through resolutions such as encouraging sober and safe pregnancy, driving with a seatbelt, securely covering loads, restricting cell phone use while driving, wearing helmets, and having access to clean and healthy foods. And whereas global projects such as Unmasking Brain Injury seek to give survivors a voice, promote brain injury awareness and education, and eliminate stigma and discrimination by showing that persons living with brain injuries are deserving of dignity, respect, compassion, and full inclusion in their communities. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes March 2019 as Brain Injury Awareness Month and encourages the people of Anchorage to further public awareness of the effects of brain injuries and the importance of preventing brain injuries, and observe Brain Injury Awareness Month with appropriate programs and activities. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 5th day of March.
Welcome. If you could pull the microphone down and give us your name.
Hi, my name is Annette Alfonsi, and we have just a few words to share with you. We'll be quick.
That'd be fine.
So thank you to everyone who brought forth this resolution and to everyone here today in support of this resolution. As I said, my name is Annette Alfonsi, and I'm the state coordinator for Unmasking Brain Injury, a global brain injury awareness project where people make masks with an explanation of their art to share what it feels like to live with a brain injury. In Alaska, we're all volunteers, and we brought some finished masks for you to see today. Our next mask making event is Friday, March 29th at noon at Hope Community Resources Studio, and you're all invited to come and play with the art supplies. And to see the masks online, please visit unmaskingbraininjury.org. So our first speaker, I will introduce Lori.
Welcome, Lori.
I'm going to speak on FASD. FASD is an invisible brain injury. It's a permanent and irreversible brain injury that occurs before birth. According to the Alaska Department of Health and Human Services, Alaska reports the highest documented prevalence of FASD in the United States. The rate of children born with FASD in Alaska is 112.9 to every 10,000 births. And Alaska reports that they have about 11,000 births annually. The cost of care for this and the diagnosis of FAS in Alaska is between $860,000 and $4.2 million from birth to age 18, which is all of our school-age children. Those affected with FASD impact our prison system, the homeless population, the state unemployment rate, and more than 70% of those with FASD have been victims of criminal activity. And this is all according to, there's a website, it's a legislative, I am part of the Governor's Council on FASD. It is time to unmask brain injuries in Alaska, those that are invisible and those that are visible. It's time for a paradigm shift to occur on how we Alaskans recognize, treat, and view those that live among us with brain injury. We cannot remain blind to the number of individuals in our state that live with brain injury and the impact that it has on our state. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, I'd like to introduce Denise Krieger-Smith, whom we met at the Bosco's Comics mask-making event, so thank you to Mr. Weddleton for that.
Good evening. Brain injuries truly are invisible as well as vastly variable. Internal versus external causation, type, region of brain affected, severity, age of individual, just to name a few. But what they all have in common is that you can't look at a person and necessarily know their story. As for me, my personal adventure began on October 1st, 1984, 35 years ago at the age of 16 and 1 month into my junior year of high school. On the afternoon of that day, an arteriovenous malformation at the base of my brain ruptured. I was initially left blind and paralyzed, and the following 3 months are mostly unknown to me, other than some random memories of relearning to walk, talk, and take care of myself. By the grace of God and with my family and community support and faith, encouragement, by the beginning of the next school term, I was walking, talking, taking care of myself, and entering my senior year with my classmates. Now, just prior to the start of my senior year of school, another malformation was found deeper and closer to my brainstem. However, the probability of it rupturing was minute, so I put off surgery until the end of my school year because I wanted to graduate with my classmates, which I did, third in my class. The second surgery was a few days after graduation, and due to complications, I was in the hospital all summer. Yet I still attended the local college that fall and went on to earn an associate's degree in biology and chemistry before heading to the University of Iowa, where I earned a bachelor's degree in biology and chemistry, and then graduate school at the University of New Haven, where I earned a master's of science in forensic science, criminalistics, and death investigation. Which brings me back to the invisible nature of brain injuries. Looking at me, you would never know any of this. So I'll leave you with one word: hope. It was because of my faith, my family, and community support that I was given hope and overcame some impossible odds. Yes, my life has been affected by 2 brain surgeries, but that is not the sum of who I am. My brain surgeries do not own me, I own them.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, we have a few words from one more person. And do you want to come up?
Sure, thank you.
Yeah. And say your name first.
My name is Jared Godley. Thank you for having me. I got here about 3 years ago. I don't remember much from the accident, but I was heading my bike in Anchorage, Alaska. That's all. I don't remember much of the accident. But I know I was hit by a drunk driver about 3 years ago. Thank you for your time to listen to me. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Dudley. Ms. Wimhoff?
Derek?
Wait, there's more.
Oh, I just want to say something to Derek. Derek and I taught for years at Chugiak High School. He's an amazing math teacher, amazing relationship with the kids, an amazing connoisseur of coffee. So Derek, it's good to see you.
Thank you, Ms. Wimhoff.
And then last, I have a few words. In 2012, I was a passenger in a rollover car accident with a reckless driver. I had outdated, expensive assessments which produced inconclusive and useless results. For years, I had no support from doctors about healing after I got multiple internal injuries and a traumatic brain injury. Prescribing opioids was easier for them. For the rest of my life, because of TBI, I am at a greater risk for certain health conditions, which many doctors don't know to assess for. And this is scary since Alaska experiences 28% more TBI than the national average. We also experience a huge amount of stigma, and I was laid off one business day before I would have qualified for medical leave. In my work with unmasking brain injury, I've been told, we don't deal with brain injury, we deal with homelessness. We don't do brain injury, we do suicide. We don't deal with brain injury, we deal with child abuse. All these things often have brain injury as an underlying cause, and it's up to policymakers to draw the connections and address the community issues that others ignore. We need updated, efficient systems of TBI treatment and diverse employment options so people can live full lives and contribute to our economy. These options exist outside of Alaska, but we need systemic changes to implement them here, including education. This year, we're planning a TBI treatments and behavioral health conference hosted by Hope Community Resources, and they've been great. This is open, and we have one of our speakers from Access Alaska, who's also great here today. We're volunteers creating the kind of education we want more of. We apply for continuing education in 8 different professional fields. I invite you to come this year, and here is why. Your policies about other things are often about brain injury, even if you don't realize it. If you learn more about TBI and other brain injuries, you can ensure your policies have the outcomes you want and save us money. We can do better in brain injury, but you need the knowledge about it first. There's a difference between awareness and acceptance, and between acceptance and action. We hope this resolution is the first step in positive change, and we look forward to addressing the unseen undertow of brain injury in our community together. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank all of you. Where can we see these? You said online? You can see
The masks are all available online. As far as exhibits, we bring them whenever we have space available. So if you know of a place that would like to have a mask exhibit, then please just let us know. We have 89 masks so far, and when we get to 100, then we will try to apply to have them in kind of official places like the Capitol building in Juneau.
What's the website?
Oh, sorry, it's unmaskingbraininjury.org. We're also looking for people that have space to host mask-making events.
Okay. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you. To your right. I can tell you that this group of people here are caring people. For me, I always want to know what can I do specifically. We can only do a couple, 3 things. One is change city statutes, sometimes help with the allocation of funds, and then on a personal level, lend some support. Do you know of things that we can do in our official capacity? Are there barriers in our statutes or changes that could be implemented that would help?
How much time do you have? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I know kind of outside of this setting, since we have limited time, if you guys would be interested in something like a lunch and learn to kind of delve more deeply into that, I know a lot of us here would be interested in doing that. Off the top of my head, a lot of the assessments that are used in Alaska are very expensive, outdated, and were never designed to actually diagnose a brain injury, and they're used as things like legal precedent for things like disability or services, or being able to have that diagnosis validated to be able to get other things in life.
Yeah, so
as far as allocating resources, or as far as kind of what the system uses as their baseline, that needs to change.
All right, so get specific, small words, big print, and tell me what to do. I don't need
Oh.
lunch. And
Oh,
thank
okay.
you. And thank you for what you're doing. You're real heroes.
Thank you.
Thank you all. It's very impressive. Next up is item 9 Alpha 3, AR number 2019-79, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring the proud history of the Iditarod Trail sled dog race and its continuing contribution to Alaskan culture. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? Without objection, then we've adopted that resolution. Who is reading?
I am, Mr. Chair.
Great. Ms. Wemhoff, you may proceed.
A resolution, AR number 2019-79, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring the proud history of the Iditarod Trail sled dog race and its continuing contribution to Alaskan culture. Whereas the Iditarod Trail sled dog race is an Alaska tradition and source of pride for Alaskans from Ketchikan to Utqiagvik, and whereas the Iditarod Trail sled dog race pits men and women and animal against nature, against wild Alaska at her best, and serves as a tribute to Alaska's history and the role sled dogs played in it. And whereas the Iditarod Trail, now a National Historic Trail, had its beginnings as a mail and supply route from the coastal towns of Seward and Knik to the interior mining camps at Flat, Ophir, Ruby, and beyond to the west coast communities of Unalakleet, Elam, Golovin, White Mountain, and Nome. And whereas the Iditarod Trail became a life-saving highway for epidemic-stricken Nome. And whereas throughout the years, sled dogs have been important to the day-to-day life in villages and population centers across Alaska. And whereas the Iditarod route encompasses large metropolitan areas and remote villages, bringing excitement, economic activity, and recreational opportunities for the areas it crosses, involving and engaging school children, elders, and enthusiastic supporters of all ages in between. And whereas exceptional standards of care exist for both Iditarod mushers and their canine athletes, and professional medical care is provided along the route to monitor and care for dogs and mushers. And whereas Alaskans support the Iditarod Trail sled dog race and want to see the tradition continue. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors the Iditarod Trail sled dog race for its proud history, commitment to healthy mushers and canine athletes, and contribution to Alaskan culture. This resolution shall be effective immediately upon passage and approval by the Assembly, passed and approved on this day, 5th day of March, 2019.
Thank you very much. My name is Chas St. George. I'm the interim CEO for the Iditarod Trail Committee. I want to thank all of you for this honor. I also want to let you know that we have our first musher in McGrath. Wow. So it's moving along very well. A lot has changed in our organization over the past 2 years, including the selection of 5 new board members, and I'd like to introduce one of those new board members right now, Mr. Clint Johnson.
Welcome, Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you very much, Gretchen. Good to see you again. Gretchen and I went to high school together, so a few years ago. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you very much for this recognition. I really appreciate it. I have lived here all my life, and I have to admit that I had never actually been to a restart in Willow, had been to a number in downtown area, but if you have never done that, you have to do it at some point in time. It's the true Alaskan spirit, and I'm very, very proud to be a part of this organization. And we have some changes coming up. As I mentioned, I'm one of 5 new board members. We have some new blood, some new direction, a lot of diversity as far as our backgrounds, and I'm looking forward to the next couple of years as far as the term. But again, thank you very much for this recognition. I do appreciate it.
Thank you for volunteering on that. Next item is item 9, Charlie 1, Assembly Memorandum AM 192-20 2019 recommendation of award to BDO USA to provide professional auditing services for the municipality of Anchorage Municipal Clerk's Office, the amount of $1,931,023. Miss, is there, what's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The award of the external audit contract is in front of us for our approval tonight, and a team of municipal finance professionals participated in the RFP review process consistent with the requirements of purchasing Title VII. So I recommend approval of the award. And as noted earlier in the meeting, there is a municipal audit committee meeting scheduled for tomorrow at noon to review the award as well, because Title II of the code also required the audit committee to make a recommendation on the external audit, which we have not done yet. So we are holding the audit committee meeting to follow both provisions of the code. However, if the audit committee sees any glaring problems with the RFP process, we anticipate that members on the committee, assembly members on the committee, could move to reconsider the assembly's action on this item tonight. Even so, it's really important that the assembly as a whole approve the contract tonight rather than postponing this item, because the auditors and finance are ready to get work on the 2018 audit and are working towards getting back to their regular audit schedule. So I urge approval of this item. Thanks.
Any member questions? So as Ms. LaFrance explained, Title VII, so the internal committee recommended approval, and it's before us, and the audit committee, our audit committee, will meet tomorrow in time for reconsideration. Did you have something, Mr. Trainee? Yes, and then Mr. Weddle.
What's been the cost increase over last year's audit? Do we know?
Is the auditor...
Mike, do you know what it was last year versus this year? They're projecting 1.9. What was it last year?
Through the chair, this is Alex Lifka. The increase is about $30,000 over last year.
Yes, this is a clerk's contract. This isn't run through the internal audit department. And as Mr. Slivka said.
Okay, 30,000 over last year. Is there an ongoing problem with SAP, or were they able to handle the SAP numbers coming to them without a problem?
There has been no problem year to date with SAP.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make sure before we approved it.
Good.
Thank you.
Out. Anything you wanted to add, Mr. Slivka, or that was it?
That's it.
Further discussion on this item? You ready for the vote? Members may proceed to vote. Mr. Weddleton? That item passes 11-0. You can see it really clearly on that screen, and we're going to be working on the other screen. That brings us to 9 Delta 10. 9 Delta 10 is AM number 164, 2019. 2019 to 20 liquor license renewals. I have to read them all, don't I?
Can you waive reading?
Oh, yeah, we can waive reading. Yeah, please.
Waive reading.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, you asked Ms. LaFrance to pull this up, or Ms. LaFrance, would you like to talk about it? The clerk?
Do we need a motion to approve?
Yeah. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Ms. LaFrance or Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, since we had a virtual meeting, I found out this item was on our virtual meeting agenda. The clerk's office would like to request that the assembly make a motion to bifurcate the Summit liquor license number 5004 from this batch of liquor license renewals. The AMCO took some action on the Summit liquor license, so we needed it pulled out of the batch. And after, if the Assembly will approve the motion to bifurcate, then you can just move to approve the batch without the summit, and you don't need to take any action on the summit. So we would respectfully request the Assembly take that action.
I want to see that it's almost at the end, second to the last line, Summit LL 5004. Mr. Vice Chair?
Move to bifurcate 9D10 and pull out item license number 5004, the Summit LL.
Second.
So it's before us, and then there's been a motion to bifurcate. The 9D10A will be everything else but the Summit, and the 9D10B will be the Summit Liquor License 5004. Any objection to the motion to bifurcate? Seeing not, that is bifurcated into two pieces. Is that the vote on bifurcating? That's done without objection, 11-0. That brings before us 9 Delta 10A or Alpha, all of the liquor licenses except the Summit. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. And Madam Clerk, we don't have to take any action on 9, the second part, on B?
No, Mr. Chair, you're good.
Great. Brings us to 9 Foxtrot 1 and 2, which is the budgets of the school district.
And Mr. Chair, I'm supposed to wait till you recognize me, aren't you?
Yes, you are, but you're recognized.
Oh, thank you.
So we.
I am a employee of the Anchorage School District, and I just wanted to let it be known, even though I understand this is just a reading.
Right.
She's making a disclosure of a potential conflict.
Yeah. You're disclosing your potential conflict on it?
Yeah, that's it.
Are you asking to be excused from voting?
Only if the chair deems that I should be.
It is a direct financial benefit to her, but it's pretty general. What have you done, Mr. Trainee, with your wife on the disclosures?
I never participated with my wife. I disclosed my wife's a teacher, and I'm always ruled I don't have a conflict of interest because it's de minimis, the amount of money coming to our household. Although I hate to say that because she gets mad at me when I say it. So forget I said it.
Are you saying teachers aren't paid much? Is that it? Yeah.
And in her particular case, this is just for introduction. This has nothing to do, it's normal ministerial function for us to introduce stuff. It's more appropriate when it comes for a public hearing for her to disclose this to us so then you as chairman and the rest of us can decide if she can participate, sir. But for this function, this is simply introduction. It's a ministerial function. It only takes 3 of us to introduce for a public hearing, sir.
Right, and it's been, we had an introduction and a second. Do we need a third on it?
You have to have a third. I'll be the third. Whichever you got the first and the second, I'll be third.
Just wanted to make sure we had that recorded.
We have not, Ms. Wemhoff disclosed, but no one made motions on it, so.
So let me rule on whether she should participate or not. It's not so much that your salary is de minimis, though it may be you may be underpaid, as whether this vote is going to affect that salary directly. And I'll determine that while you should disclose it, and you have, that it's not a conflict, and you can be allowed to vote on the school budget generally. Any member like to? Yeah, Mr. Trainee.
What we're dealing with now is just introduction, sir.
Yeah.
That's more appropriate for us to discuss, and you make your decision as we get to the hearing on thing. But this is just for introduction.
That'd be great.
This has nothing at all to do with her
Why
salary.
don't you wait and let other people introduce it, and then we'll do it later. But can I get a motion to introduce and second and third?
Move to introduce.
Second.
Third.
It's been moved, seconded, and third. It is now before the body, and we'll be considering it. When do we consider it next, Madam Clerk?
19th.
On the 19th. So by operation of charter, it's introduced, and we'll consider it on the 19th. We'll now take our yeah, do we have one more?
Yes, there were 2.
Oh, yeah. And so with 9 Foxtrot 2, can I get a motion to introduce second and third?
Move to introduce.
Second.
Third.
Got all those, Madam Clerk? Yep, we'll let her catch up. That, by operation of ordinance, has been introduced with the first introduction, the second, and the third. Are there any other items before the dinner break, Madam Clerk?
We could do the 11.
11.
Do the 11s,
Oh, we have all the 11s.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Eh,
You can
all right.
take your break, sir. 11s.
Yeah, so we're almost at 6. So if we could come back at 6:15? 6:15, and we'll start with 11A.
It's going to take some time.
Next item on the agenda is item 11A, AO number 2019-12. Do I have to read it again? No?
Yeah, you do, so the public.
An ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to incentivize the creation of housing in the Central Business District by amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 12 to add a new chapter 12.60, Tax Incentives for Housing, amending the fine schedule in Anchorage Municipal Code Section 146030 to include fines for violations of related reporting obligations, and amending computation of the maximum attainable tax revenue under the tax cap, Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 1225. We've previously had public testimony workshops, and we had the actual AO before us. Are there amendments?
Motion to approve is on the floor.
Right, we have the-
We're ready for anyone to make.
We have the motion to approve on the floor. We could proceed to debate on that or to a vote on that, but there are two amendments. I don't think I'm going to be offering the 12 to 10 amendment. I appreciate Mr. Gates doing that for me. Ms. LaFrance, were you going to offer amendment number 1?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move amendment number 1.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment recognizes the intent to maybe roll out these kinds of programs in other areas down the road. And so it inserts a preamble paragraph that states this intent. But as we discussed in previous work sessions, it can't be added at this time because there's additional work in code that needs to be done.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Trainee.
Well, I appreciate what Ms. LaFrance is trying to do. I won't be supporting this. It has no force of law. It just says, in the future. Tell me what the future is. We talking 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30? When you have in the future, I'm not voting for that. That means it'll never actually happen. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to disagree with my colleague. The future does happen. So I'll support this and the underlying ordinance. I think I'll just give my remarks now. I think it's unfortunate the way that this ordinance as a whole has been framed. There was an article in the Anchorage Daily News, and it just so happened that the example was a particular luxury condo development. And so I've received a number of emails, as I think a number of my colleagues have, saying, don't give away free money or don't give away property taxes to luxury condos downtown. But the truth is, this kind of construction would not happen unless we use a tool like this to spur it. It won't raise property taxes outside of downtown. And I think what Ms. LaFrance's amendment does is sort of situate this policy in the overall sweep of the 2040 land use plan, which we passed. And the 2040 land use plan does actually have a timeline in it that says here are these different things we want to do at different times. So while it's not all spelled out here, if you go and consult with the plan, it does lay things out more clearly. So again, I appreciate that she offered this. I think it does a good job of showing this is one tool we're using to try to revitalize downtown, part of a much broader strategy to increase infill development and increase vibrancy and walkability and everything else we want to see going on in this city. So I will support it, and I will support the underlying ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Wimhoff.
I, too, will support this amendment. I think several of the arguments and concerns that people have had is that this isn't more widespread. And this, in a way, says, you know what, we're going to work here, and we're going to keep an open mind about how we can help all of Anchorage. And this does not say, it's not a promise, but it lets people know that this is not a single one-time moment in time for the municipality of Anchorage. So I will support this.
Further debate on amendment number 1. Members may proceed to vote on amendment number 1. That amendment passes 10-1, brings the main issue before us. As I said, I won't be offering amendment number 2. Are there any further amendments? any debate, if there's no further amendments, any debate on the underlying ordinance? Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Schutte, would it be okay if I asked Mr. Schutte to come up? Thanks. Two questions, and we've talked about some of these issues in the work session. One of them is the issue that Mr. Dunbar referred to as to how this ordinance has been characterized in terms of being a tax break for the wealthy. And I was wondering if you would expound on why that's not the case. And then second, would you run us through some of the economic scenarios and why this isn't a situation where other folks will be picking up the tax burden?
Thank you. Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development. Through the chair, in response to the first inquiry about the benefit of this incentive, it is a benefit that's designed to benefit residential developers writ large in downtown Anchorage, whether that's entirely residential development or construction that you see, or as part of a mixed-use project, or even as part of a thoughtful renovation of some of our existing buildings in downtown. It is designed to be broadly applied. The downtown area, the CBD as it's known, covers a lot of diverse properties and property types from the Bluff into Fairview. And the way that we have crafted this, it makes it usable across those diverse land uses, whether it's, like I said, a small remodel project that seeks to add residential units to a property that wasn't previously, or as the article highlighted, if it's brand new construction of condo units, et cetera. So it's designed to be broadly used. To your second point, if I remember them correctly, about the impact of an incentive like this across the bowl for other property tax payers, this tool was designed in a way to not impact property tax payers in that new construction that comes online as a result of this incentive, particularly the portions of that new construction that is exempted from taxation, i.e. the residential portions. Those are not included in the annual calculations of the tax cap. So while the tax cap is not growing, new taxes are not being asked of other residents paying property taxes. I'll also add that this tool only exempts residential improvements on these qualifying downtown properties. What it does not exempt ever is the land value that will be taxed annually, and more than likely that will continue to appreciate after a newer building is on it or a new building is on it. And any non-residential portions of a construction of a project. So if you have commercial as part of your project, that will continue to be taxed at a normal rate. So there is still property tax generation occurring. In fact, I think we would argue that without this tool, it's property tax generation that would not occur. I think I got them both.
Thank you, Mr. Schutte. May I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. LaFrance.
Oh, Mr. Schutte? Sorry.
You can try to follow up.
Yeah. We had discussed a particular scenario, and I won't go through that, but it was based on, well, maybe I will. If we assume, say, 200 units at $500,000 each at a value of $100 million, that's about 1.64 in property taxes. But that doesn't take into account a portion that would be paid for the actual property, right? So we would further
Correct.
adjust that because there would still be a portion that would be included
Correct.
in the tax
Yes,
base.
and so in the hypothetical, wonderful condo development that you posed as a hypothetical question, we were just estimating what the total taxable value would be as if it were taxed normally. And so the calculations that we came up with by applying the downtown mill levy and the downtown improvement district levy, that's a tax level, the number that you just described, of total taxation. What we did not do is say of that $1.64 million, 0.64 of that actually is the tax on the land only. Okay. And so that's the important distinction, is that anything that is not part of the residential improvement will continue to be taxed at a normal rate.
Okay, and just to make sure I understood our email exchange correctly too, I mean, with the total taxable property value in the MOA last year being about $35 billion, if we look at a 200-unit development, which is quite considerable, probably not a likely scenario, at a value of $100 million, that would represent about 0.3% of taxable property. So a very small percent. And if we were to represent that in terms of the cost to cover services, per every 300,000, it might be $12 a year, as I understand it. Of course, we know that's not the case because that amount would not be in that property value or total taxable property value. But if it were, it would be a very small portion.
For back of napkin math, so others are following along, we're talking about the tax benefit, or sorry, the incentive benefit. What is the value of that when spread across the bowl? And the important point that Assemblymember LaFrance made is that this is not an added tax burden to other property taxpayers. In other words, property taxes do not go up by $12 in this hypothetical. What we are highlighting is that with this incentive, there are $12 worth of services, if you will, that are being afforded to these residents of this new development that they don't pay for. Again, that's not perfect math because we haven't backed out the land value in that equation. But the takeaway from this is that it does not increase the tax cap. It does not add this value to the tax cap calculation. So other property owners are not paying taxes for this benefit, number one. Number two, the areas that are eligible for this benefit are urban. They're dense, they're urban, they're much more compact, and it's been demonstrated that the service delivery of public services in dense areas is significantly lower than it is in our more spread out areas. And then lastly, the central argument of this is that without this tool, we won't even see any of the development that will come online to the tax base in 12 years after the expiration of any benefit.
Thank you, Mr. Schuette.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Dyson.
Yep, Chris. Yeah, pardon my being away from the table here for a minute. I was talking with the municipal attorney about an issue related to this, and maybe you covered this. Can you give the napkin accuracy, how much we getting in tax receipts off this piece of property now?
Well, in the hypothetical example that Assemblymember LaFrance sent us earlier, it was a $1.64 million annual tax bill in the hypothetical, which we didn't have. It's a hypothetical, so we were unable to accurately give you the number of what's exempt and what is collected based on the land value. But rough back of napkin, if it's $1.64 million in taxes every year, you probably a large portion of that could be attributed to the land, and that would continue to be taxed at the normal rate.
So the owners of the land are paying taxes now?
Correct, yeah. Owners, the land continues to be taxed, as does anything that is not residential.
All right. So when the land is developed, I'd like to have the breadth of what might be the tax receipts starting 12 years from now. So use Ms. LaFrance's example of if it was developed in a maximum or half of that, what would we start receiving?
So I'm way outside of my comfort zone forecasting commercial real estate here, but
ask Chris.
But just in simple terms, if you look at 1.64 million annual in taxes, and let's say $1 million of those are abated every year, you're still collecting the 0.64 every year from that eligible property. In year 12, suddenly the entire property becomes eligible for taxation. So not only do you collect the full value, the full 1.64, you collect at whatever valuation that property is assessed at that time. And I think I would not be remiss to say that I have no idea what the value of property will be in 12 years. I know it typically goes up, And part of the benefit of this incentive is to take property that has previously been undevelopable because of high cost and make it developed, which in turn has the trickle-down effect of actually increasing value.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Weddleton.
Are we on general comments or are we on Chris Schutte time? Because I could wait. If people have questions of Mr. Schutte, I would wait.
Any others in the queue that have questions? You do? Sure. And it's Chris Schutte time. I hadn't known that on the order, but...
It's on your agenda.
Yeah, is it?
Just
Okay.
get him
Ms.
a
Wim Hof.
badge. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. Do you anticipate there to be more purchasable properties such as condominiums versus rental properties?
Through the chair, Ms. Wemhoff, I would predict, if I were predicting commercial real estate trends in downtown Anchorage, which I'm trying not to do, that actually you would see rental market. Rental market is actually can be a much more attractive investment from a commercial real estate perspective, and I would suspect that people that are following this and that are interested in developing would pursue rental properties over for sale properties.
Okay, that's helpful. And then I'm just always bringing this up because I want to make sure everyone hears it. So that means, though, however, if someone were to build 8 condominium units on the property, and I or Mr. Constant or anyone else would purchase one of those, then that tax abatement follows the property, so it then would follow that Mr. Constant and I would not have to pay property taxes for the remainder of those 12 years.
Correct. Through the chair, this incentive is tied to the properties and not to the owners of the property. So any property that is eligible and receives this incentive, that incentive, whatever duration's left at the time of sale, would transfer to the new owner.
Okay, thanks. And then attended a really nice presentation last night, the last Common Ground, and they had a lot of great speakers. And they mentioned a survey, and I've heard the comments or the results of a survey several times. And when this survey was mentioned, I was thinking, this is not the survey that was mentioned last night that was approximately 1,200 people, mostly social media, mostly white wealthy women. I think that's where it went, so that's what it said, so that's what they told us. Is that the only survey of the people of the municipality on this topic?
Sure. Through the chair, no, that's, I believe you're referencing it was the wealthy white females that clued me in, that you're referencing the AEDC housing preference survey that was recently completed. This is their second or third housing preference survey. There also was one done by United Way over the past 7 years total.
Okay.
The takeaway, which I think you're alluding to from those surveys, has consistently demonstrated that when it comes to housing preference, that there's a strong demand for a housing preference type in downtown Anchorage, the kind that we think this incentive will incentivize.
Okay, and that was basically at two ends of the spectrum, millennials and then people over 55.
Correct. Yeah, it seems to be that people who want to live in this kind of lifestyle are either up and coming or on their way out.
And then one last. I'm holding my tongue.
I know.
No, I was going to say, once on video, always on video, so I'm being careful. Mr. Schutte's fun to listen to, though. I do have that last question, and I'm finished. And the last question is affordability. I know that we've always said that affordability is relevant, and we have to be realistic about where we're building and what we expect. So would someone with a moderate income be able to, do you think a lot of people can live down there from different socioeconomic status and groups?
Through the chair, that's certainly the intent of this ordinance, and one of the takeaways from a previous work session was demonstrating the economics between a subsidized mixed income project and what the economics were for the same project if it were truly market rate. And the assumptions we used in that pro forma were affordable, or what we would consider more affordable rents. The takeaway is that even with the tool, the gap does not close entirely when it comes to making more affordable projects pencil. So the short answer is yes, I think that this will affect affordability. It will not make it cheaper to live in downtown, but it will certainly make development of downtown and the rents that can be charged much more approachable.
Thank you for your time. Thank you,
Mr. Constant or Mr. Dunbar, did you have questions for Mr. Schuette or just general debate? General debate. Thank you, Mr. Schuette. I think you're off the hook. In Schuette time, Mr. Weddleton on the underlying ordinance.
Yeah, thank you. So I will support this, but not without qualms. I think I would, in my mind, prepared about 20 amendments and decided now I end up with none. But, I look and we got about 40,000 people a day driving in from the valley. And I would think at least some big percentage of them would really rather live here if we had some alternative for them. And we don't. We're not building, the apartment buildings and so on that would be more workforce housing. So the question is, why don't we do this everywhere across the city? And I think that's a fair question. But we've chosen downtown. And that is something that I've kind of dragged myself into. I mean, it's very common around in cities that if your downtown deteriorates, at some point you're going to have to rebuild that. And it's going to cost a lot more to fix it than it would to just keep it going well. And this is a tool that we're using to try to get more people living down there and try to keep our downtown from deteriorating. So I think there is a lot of legitimacy for at least starting in the downtown area. Now, as far as this goes, it's very simple, and I think some of its appeal is its simplicity. You build residential, more than 4 residential, you get 12 years tax-free. And a lot of these kinds of programs would have a sliding scale. Okay, well, you get 5 years if you do it, but you get 10 if you have a certain percentage of workforce housing, and maybe you get 12 years if you have some other benefit. And I was looking for something like that, but I'm willing on this to just kind of, okay, we're going to keep it simple. Let's see where it goes. This is a test for Anchorage. And in particular, because we can look at it and we can say, we'll get reports on what's being built. And if all it is a handful of $1 million condos for people, we can pull the plug and not agree to any more of these developments. So we'll be watching this very closely. But I guess that's it. I'm willing to give it a test. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Croft.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This has been difficult. I think I'm almost come full circle. First heard about it and was convinced I liked it. There were a lot of concerns brought up, and in particular by Mr. Debenham, who is one of the few people to do market rate developments in the last decades, as he reminds us. And so it seemed to me with those issues, and particularly the impact that it might have on other areas, it leaves me with a couple of options. I can do nothing, and I think we'll probably have the same thing happen that has happened over the last couple of decades. Nothing will happen. I can do it everywhere in town, but then I'm encouraging development in places where it was going to happen anyway, or it's not particularly needed, or it creates other problems, so it's not in the focus areas. I could say we've selected the wrong one to be first, but I think we've probably selected the right one to be first. I could say you have to do it in all the other potential focus areas across the city simultaneously. But some of them aren't ready, and we're developing that. And it seems almost as impractical as the do it everywhere all at once. And the least objectionable, the one that makes the most sense to me, is to do it downtown and be clear that we're going to be actively considering other areas that need it. And while the criticism of Ms. LaFrance's amendment was that it didn't change the ordinance, LaFrance's amendment, it does state that intent very clearly, that we're doing it here and we're going to follow up with these areas. So we're going to do it in targeted ways, starting with downtown and going to those areas there it makes sense. So I don't like that it could have the impacts on other developments while we're moving those focus areas, but I'm not comfortable with doing it everywhere around town, and I'm not comfortable with doing nothing at all. And I think this is an appropriate place to start.
Thank you, Mr. Croft.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Chair, I just want to say thank you. I can kind of feel the way the wind is blowing, and unless I blow it right now, it seems like this is going to pass. So thank you. To Ms. Wimhoff's point, affordability isn't irrelevant. It's just one factor. It's an important factor, and I'm glad to see right now that we do have a subsidized project going up at Elizabeth Place, and there are units being built right now for the first time. And so we're hitting the problem at all of the levels. And I'll keep my comments brief, but there was some mention last meeting about the Gumbo House. And since it is Mardi Gras, I will say I spoke to the owner of the Gumbo House property who's here and asked for him to ensure that we protect that business if he redevelops. And he said, while I agree with you, I must check with my wife. So that's where we stand today.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. Just two very brief comments, since I've already spoken on this. The first is, again, getting to the idea of affordability versus only luxury projects. I will note that this border, it extends further than what we traditionally think of as the downtown. It goes all the way to Ingress Street, which is a significant chunk of Fairview. And if they started building luxury apartment buildings in that part of Fairview, it would be really interesting and transformational for that neighborhood. I suspect that's not what's going to happen, but just the point that there are other more affordable parts of the city that are included in this. The second is we received an email today from members of the bed and breakfast community, industry rather, that were concerned that these would be many of them would be turned into Airbnbs. And I just wanted to note for my colleagues and for the public and for them, if you go to page 6 of 8 on this ordinance, it's subsection 3 under 1260-900, there's a specific definition of residential unit, which states it's either owner-occupied or leased for a period of at least 1 month. So I believe that we have adequate protections built into this. There might be some enforcement issues, but we have adequate protections built into this that I don't believe a huge percentage of these will be turned into Airbnbs. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will vote in support of this ordinance, and for me it comes down to, should we do something to encourage activity that's not happening now? And I believe the answer is yes, this is worth a try. It's a 5-year time frame. We'll collect data, we'll determine how it's working. It's a trial run, and I agree with my colleagues that downtown is the right place to start. And as to the point about affordable housing, I see this first and foremost as an effort to increase the population base downtown for economic vitality, as it's been pointed out, which benefits us all. And this is an investment. Yes, a high-end luxury development may go in first, but it may have a ripple effect or side benefit of other housing and affordable housing. So I urge support. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. Follow up on a question I raised at our work session, and that is, can the Assembly go back and change the terms of this for someone who is signed up for the deal? And both our attorney and the city attorney agree that this is not contract law in the typical sense, but both said we would be in jeopardy if somebody bought this and started in it, and we went back and changed the deal in a way that was negative. It would be a cause for action on government taking something that they had been granted. So that's just that follow-up. It's actually a seminal question. I would have supported your 10 years instead of 12. I would have probably supported 8, be that as it may. I want to identify with the remarks of the chair. And I want to mention 2 things. 40 years ago, there appeared an article in Reader's Digest called The Miracle of the Flower Boxes. Blighted neighborhood, some lady there put flower boxes in front of her window and on the stoop. Flowers bloomed, it caught on and transformed a neighborhood. And it sent the signal, somebody's here for the long haul and cares. Later on, there was one, I think it was a erudite study, but they showed when the signals go out that a neighborhood is blighted, broken windows don't get repaired, plywood covers the windows, weeds grow in the yard, garbage shows up, abandoned vehicles, stuff, that sends a signal that nobody cares in this neighborhood. When I sat here 30 years ago, I wrote an article that was in, I think, the Times, called Broken Windows, Broken Lives, and that if we don't do the job that's within our purview of showing that we care and care about disadvantaged areas, however you define that, we leave a disease to propagate. I don't want to be overly dramatic. So what we're doing here fits that criteria. And maybe it's a clumsy move, maybe we're not doing it right, but time seems to me to be right. And as several of you said, the do-nothing option probably is going to just continue the pattern. So I'm going to support what we have here, and I appreciate those that brought it forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep it short and to the point. I won't be supporting this. When it first came forward, I wanted to see it. It looked good. But then I started looking at the narrow definition of this. He talked about, Mr. Debenham that was here, developer wanted in his area. It's not going to be there. It's not going to be around the Diamond Mall area. We had Carol here who owns part of the Diamond Mall. They need workforce development housing. They need it there in different parts of this town. We need it. We don't need it downtown. That's a factor of the economics downtown. We need it around Anchorage where we need workforce development. This doesn't do that. And I appreciate this administration work on it, but this administration is short-term. In 2 years, they'll be gone. Will the next administration that comes in share the same view, or will they simply say, well, that was an interesting ordinance you guys passed, now we'll ignore it? We've got to take a long-term approach to this. That means we have other areas around Anchorage that we can deal with that need it. So I'll be no vote, and that's all right. I can get outvoted. That's happened many times over the past. That's right. That's the reason I keep coming back, because next time I'll be on the prevailing side on this.
All right.
Just depends whether it's now or in 10 years from now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You heard it first. Mr. Trainee's coming back in 10 years. Ms. Wimhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think I've read more in the past 2 weeks than I have with the few ordinances we're working on tonight. I have gone back and forth with this. I had a really great conversation with Mr. Debenham, learned a great deal, and I was impressed with that and impressed with his ability to explain to me how things pencil out and what would happen if competition arose in other parts. And I also think we have to remember too that market rate housing. I keep messing up on that one. That's an important thing to think about, is what can sustain itself without additional assistance. And my first reaction was to say, no, we got to be fair to everyone. But I've lived here through Project 80s, and if we didn't have Project 80s, we wouldn't have the Sullivan Arena, we wouldn't have the Egan Center, we wouldn't have the PAC. And this building, that's true. And those are all major places that we use, and it brings people to Anchorage. And I think when we started to go have problems in other areas, for instance, our Fur-Rondi, they found ways to rejuvenate Fur-Rondi, which rejuvenated downtown, and we found ways to bring more people down for activities. And what it does do is it does become a place to live, but it is far too expensive. This is a hard one for me, but I'm going to support it. But I agree that we need to keep an eye on it. I think we need to really make sure this is working. I would love to see something like this really change how Fairview looks. I think that would be wonderful. I want to say that I agree with many of my colleagues in many of their comments. To do nothing, I don't know. You got to do something, and you got to take a risk. And so I'm going to take a risk on this one and vote in favor of it.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that, we passed similar incentives a little over 4 years ago that no developers took advantage of. And so this particular ordinance was brought forward. We sort of sharpened our pencils and tried to figure out a way to make it a little bit better for the developers. And so I'm hoping that 4 years from now we'll have several people who've built projects because of this, and that it will have been a successful program. And so I will be a yes vote. Thank you.
Further discussion? Ready for the question? Members may proceed to vote. Ms. Wimhoff? Oh, okay. That ordinance passes 10-1. Next item is item 11B, Anchorage Ordinance Number 2019-25, an ordinance in the Anchorage Assembly establishing the misdemeanor offenses of removal of identification marks and unlawful possession under Anchorage Municipal Code, deleting the existing minor offense of alteration or mutilation of serial number or registration, and clarifying that property on which identification marks have been removed must be presumed stolen by licensed pawnbrokers within the municipality. We've had public testimony on, I think, all the 11 items, including this one. And did we have a motion pending, Madam Clerk? We have a pending motion to approve, so the item is before us. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. I had an amendment, Dunbar Amendment 1, but I'm not seeing it in the packet. For some reason,
It's there.
It is. It's funny that I don't have it.
It's the first yellow one that came out. It was laid on the table at the first part of the meeting.
Oh, it's in the laid on the table packet?
No, it was on the table first because there's a second packet of amendments that came out.
Gotcha.
It's in the first yellow.
I don't see it either.
I can read it in if you want.
Yeah, I'm not sure if everybody got that one, actually, but I'd like to move Dunbar Amendment 1.
Yeah. Actually, mine is old, so it says 14D, so I must have just held on to it.
Can we wait, Mr. Chair? We do not have the amendments in everyone's packet.
Yeah, I think it was probably in last week's packet, and then when the ordinance got brought forward to this week, it didn't travel with it for whatever reason. So.
Hang on a second, we'll get it distributed. Is it simple enough to explain while we do that, or?
Yes, I believe so. So if you go to...
This is not it.
No, that's not it. I worked with the sponsor and with the Department of Law and with Mr. Gates on it. So if you go to unlawful possession on the second page of the ordinance, it states in 820.050A, subsection A, it says, negligence shall be presumed if a party possesses such property unless the party has affirmatively notified law enforcement and lawfully possesses the usual indicia of ownership in addition to mere possession. So my amendment would strike out the term has affirmatively notified law enforcement and lawfully. It would also add the word lawful back in before ownership. That was a grammatical error that the chair pointed out. It would also, on line 25 in subsection B, delete the term an item is properly reported to law enforcement and then move lawful in the same way. And the reason I wanted to do this, we had a lengthy debate at or discussion rather, at the work session about it. We spoke with the APD. The police department doesn't actually have a system right now whereby one could affirmatively notify them. They don't have a call line. They don't have a database. And I think it's also the case that a lot of people in Anchorage, they might have one of these possessions, in a tool shed somewhere, and they wouldn't realize that if they don't go and tell the police under the old language, they could be potentially be a misdemeanant. But I believe this is a friendly amendment, or at least the mover of the ordinance
I would
consented
second
to
it.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Constant. And again, so I think it satisfies some of my concerns about overly criminalizing a portion of the population. It also importantly acknowledges the reality on the ground, which is that the APD does not have and doesn't really want to set up a system whereby people could lawfully report. So.
Further discussion on the amendment, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dunbar, I might suggest that in 820.045A on the first page, did you want to insert lawful ownership? Did you want to insert lawful before ownership there as well?
So what line?
Last line.
Yeah, we could do that as well. I mean, that wasn't the central thrust of my amendment. It was something we sort of added on once the chair pointed it out. But, yeah, I'm happy to include that. So on the first page, line 43, insert the word lawful before the word ownership.
You just wouldn't want to try to create a different standard for different sections, I think, so.
Is it?
And I have comments outside of the amendment, but I'll wait.
Let me circle back around. So that's great. So then the amendment that we have before us and now is being distributed, and there's an addition to an amendment to Dunbar Amendment 1 that would add on the page 1, line 43.
Or line 42, depending on how you structure it. I think it would have to be line 43, yeah.
The word lawful before ownership.
Yes.
Any objection to that amendment to the amendment? Brings us to amendment number 1 as amended. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. And for those concerned that maybe APD, since they don't have a system, didn't want that power, if you look at page 2, section 820.050, part C, it reads that nothing in the section shall prohibit the police department or designee from stamping numbers on bikes, et cetera. That would allow the property to be put back into circulation in a legal manner. And so while we took out the requirement that they create some registry and some system along those lines, we've still granted them that authority. Nothing in this section shall prohibit them from doing that. And so it would allow a third-party contractor that worked with the police department, like the entity that's already selected, to auction the police bikes that they have, to renumber the bikes and make them legal again.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate what Mr. Dunbar is doing here. For you attorneys here, aren't the citizens who inadvertently have something with a serial number, aren't they protected under, isn't it mens rea, criminal intent? And it would be very hard to bring a case against them unless you could demonstrate they had criminal intent.
Can I respond to that, Mr.
That would be great.
Mr. Chair? So the thing about this ordinance is it actually touches on mens rea. So we heard testimony from the prosecutor that at the state level it was knowing, I believe, or intentional. And here it lowers that standard to negligence. And in this statement it says negligence shall be presumed if they possess such property and don't have the usual indicia of ownership. So in a way, they've significantly lowered the mens rea requirement, which is why I wanted to have this amendment. So people are protected, but not perhaps as much as, certainly not as much as they used to be in the state statute. And that's kind of the point, actually, because the mens rea requirement was so high in the state statute, it became almost impossible to prosecute.
Thank you, and thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson.
Further discussion on the amendment as amended? Any objection to this amendment from Mr. Dunbar as amended by Ms. Quinowitz? Let's do a vote.
I was the second.
Mr. Constant was the second. It was amended without objection. And it is before us. Any objection to the amendment as amended? If not, then that amendment passes, means the main motion is before us. Any discussion on the bill itself, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I spoke with Mr. Constant a little bit about this, and he had hoped that APD would be here to answer some questions, but unfortunately they're not. So I might just lay out some of the questions and concerns I have, which originates. I'm concerned about criminalizing anything without really making sure it's the right thing we want to do. And so my questions sort of stem from that. And maybe I'll just lay them out there, and then if folks have answers to them, they could provide them or thoughts. The first question I have had since the beginning is about whether most bikes have serial numbers. I've been told they do. Is it easy to tell if they're scraped off? So is this something that you could walk up and say, oh yeah, someone's clearly removed that. It's etched in metal or it's scraped off. It's real easy to see. Or could it fall off? Is it just and Mr. Constant is, I could ask them one by one actually, but Mr. Constant's saying it's easy to tell that they've been scraped off, correct?
They're actually cast into the frame, deeply engraved, and yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
It's not
Constant.
an appended sticker or anything.
Okay, that's helpful. And then, is this actually what criminals are doing? I assume it is, since you worked, I think, with APD to do this. But I just want to make sure that we're actually addressing the problem, which is that they're scraping the serial numbers off.
Mr. Chair?
Do you want? Well, sure. So if you want to answer that briefly.
Yeah, and so I wish we had the CAP team here, and I'd asked a number of different ways to get them here, and they're out in the field doing their important work. And the chief isn't here as well, and I had that arranged, but Chief McCoy ended up in FBI Quantico today. So, but the origin of this was the CAP team saying we have this problem, and it's not just scraping off, but it's coming up with a number of ways to make it so that you can't read it. But yes, scraping is one of the key things that they're doing.
Ms. Quinn-David?
And just one final question, if that's okay, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair. So the way I'm thinking about this is that, the idea of it is that there are these chop shops. And so we're going to send out APD with a new tool to pick up bikes that the serial markers have been removed. Sounds great. I think what's going to happen is maybe first summer or first few months, they'll remove a bunch of bikes. And then after that, the criminals will get wise and say, well, cool, we just won't scrape them off. Which, to be fair, I really appreciate you bringing this. I'm just trying to think of other things we could do. So then, if they realize that no one registers their bikes, they're just going to sell them with serial numbers on them because you can't track the bikes anyway. So I see this as a good first step, but I think until we really have a registration system that people believe in and use, this isn't going to do much long term. And I know that you probably agree with me because you tried to institute a registration system. But I just want to note that I see this as sort of a first step that clears things off at the beginning, but then we need to come in and really get a registration system up. And I know a lot of cities require bike registration.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Trainee.
Chris, I'll vote with you on this. I'm a little concerned, though, about the word appliance on here, because that could be construed as anything from a freezer to a refrigerator to anything that's an appliance, kitchen stove. I was happier when it just said bicycles, Chris. I appreciate you doing that. But I'll hang with you on this. We'll see how it goes. You know? I'm just concerned. Bikes would have been better, Guy, than everything in the household.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Thanks,
Mr.
Mr.
Dyson.
Thank you. What will happen is people who care about the possession that's liable to get stolen, they'll have their record of the serial number. And when it gets stolen, when they report it, it'll have that serial number on it. And, some things have a natural or official train of ownership. Firearms, for instance, the original owner or the manufacturer or dealer has it and so on and so forth. Lots of things don't, but indeed, I think that the way this will work out is the people who have spent $3,000 for a fat-tired bike will have it registered, and they'll have that number, and, the things that are easily marketable, often stolen, the responsible owners will have at least a picture of that item and its serial number. And Chris is right. Virtually all these things are stamped into it. On state licensed boats, federally registered documented vessels. It is so deeply stamped that there's no question when it's been done. In automobiles, you can take off all the plaques and stuff there. It's burned into the frame somewhere, you know, and those things are traceable. So I think there's a responsible ownership action that will do much of what Mr. Constant is looking for.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Just a couple closing notes for me. To Mr. Trainor, to your point on the other property types, I listened to the legal department and they just essentially argued that let's make it parallel the state. And so what we did was we imported the state code into our code minus, as I've told you a number of times, firearms because I wanted your vote. And then I want to quote Mr. Dyson in response to Ms. Quinn Davidson on the idea of registration. I had never in my political career yet seen people jumping up and down on the furniture, lighting their hair on fire, and swinging from the chandeliers in opposition to the idea of requiring registration. And so we will have to finesse that one because people will light themselves on fire to oppose it. And I do believe we need to find a way to motivate people because in the end, that's how we complete the chain of custody and get the material back to the people who rightfully own it, is that they take some responsibility. And so I look forward to that challenge, but I'm certainly not going to try to mandate it.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Just quickly, I know you tried to. And Mr. Dyson, I appreciate what you're saying, but people could do that now, irrespective of Chris's ordinance. So I think, you know, until we get people who really register their bikes, there's going to continue to be a theft problem. But I hear what you're both saying, and I think we're all on the same page.
Further discussion of this ordinance 2019, or 2019-25? Not, are you ready for the vote? Members may proceed to vote. And so, AO 2019-25, as amended, passes 11-0. Item 11C is next up, AO number 2019-20, an ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of approximately 77 acres from R8 low-density residential 4-acre district to R10 SL low-density residential Alpine Slope District with special limitations for north one half of the southeast corner of the Section 25, T12N R3W SM Alaska, accepting the northwest quarter of the southeast corner of Section 25, T12N R3W SM Alaska, and lots 1 and 2 of Ferguson Jones subdivision per plat 98-178, generally located south of DeArmond Road, west of Canyon Road, and I believe that should say east of Messina Street in Anchorage, Alaska. Madam Clerk, was there a motion pending on this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Constant moved and Mr. Train seconded. So that is on the floor.
Been moved and seconded. It's before us for action or amendment. What's the will of the body? Mr. Weddleton. Looks even worse than usual, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, do we need a motion?
I recognize Mr. Weddleton.
I didn't hear. Okay, thanks.
Beg your pardon? I thought, no, do we have the motion on this, don't we, to approve?
We have a motion on the floor to approve, and
Now you want
it is now
amendment.
available for amendment.
Okay, I do have an amendment.
Yes, that's why I
Let me pile
recognized you.
through these, thank you. I was watching that fancy movie up there.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Can we break for a brief moment?
Before we do that, could I just make a note on the record for this?
Yeah.
Thanks. So there were some concerns that were raised by members of the public that in the description of the location, that it was east of Messina and not west of Messina, and it's not Messinia. And I had a conversation with Dean, and he said that it was a matter that the clerk could clarify and correct on the record, that it doesn't require a change of the title or anything, because it's just a scrivener's detail. And so I just want to make sure that gets into the conversation.
The last line of the title of this ordinance should
Mr. Chair?
Should be west of Canyon Road and east of
Messina.
Messina Street.
I think Messina is even misspelled.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
May I add that on the memorandum we were given, there's also a date that needs to be corrected.
On the memorandum?
The Assembly Memorandum AM 57-2019. Instead of June 12, 2017, it should be June 12, 2018.
Okay, slow down, because the clerk can do a lot, but was being asked to do 2 or 3 things simultaneously. Madam Clerk, this is west of Canyon Road, and we believe east of, and the street name may be wrong, but we can ask you to confirm those to west to east, and then the proper name of the street. What were you raising, Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the memorandum, AM 57-2019, on line 15, it references on June 12, 2017. It's my understanding that should be on June 12, 2018.
That was in our late on the table items,
It's page 440 in our binder.
Okay, I see. We also got stuff on June 12, 2017 should be 18? Is that right, Ms. LaFrance?
That's my understanding, but perhaps it'd be appropriate to check with staff.
The date is incorrect. The date should be June 11, 2018.
June 11.
Yeah,
12.
and I hesitate to say this because I don't want to spend a bunch of time on this, but the correct spelling of the street name is in the document. It's the correct. It's with an I is the correct. I spoke with the addressing official about this. Yeah.
But it should be east of Messina.
Yeah, that's correct.
East of Messina, June 12, 2017 should be June 11, 2018?
That's right.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, there's one other.
Quick question.
Really?
McLaughlin.
It's small.
Francis.
Yeah, all these were. What is that?
Page 11, second paragraph. Remove one of the words allowed. Unless I'm incorrect in interpreting that. I think that's just an oversight during editing.
What are you saying, Ms. Wimhoff?
Second paragraph, district is very restrictive in terms of what use allowed or allowed. Uses allowed or allowed. Is that a correct statement? Francis, is that a correct statement? It says the R10 district is very restrictive in terms of what uses allowed are allowed. I think there's an extra allowed in there.
Ms. Wemhoff I think we're only doing corrections to the Assembly ordinance and memorandum. Are you dealing with the staff report or?
I'm letting the chair know and the clerk know that there was a typo.
There may have been an error in the staff report. Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin.
That was the memorandum. That was the memorandum.
Constant?
That was my only concern, is that we ensure that we get the proper location there.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Okay, before I get on to amendments, and I do want to check now on this date change from June 12th, 2017, now it's June 11, 2018. Does that have any implications regarding notification or anything?
No, it's just a typo.
Okay,
There's
so
no
there
implications
was 21
for
days
notice.
notice for public hearings for the Planning Commission.
Yeah, it doesn't impact any
Proper
of that.
number of postcards went out?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
The amendments as we were presented, we don't have to go in that order, were Ms. LaFrance, one of mine, and then Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Weddleton, do you want to go first?
It's up to you. Should I? Okay, let me go first, and I have one that I think Mr. Gates is printing out. But it was distributed at our previous meeting on this. So if I could just read it then, and then he'll have these to you and perhaps up on the screen shortly. And this would, in Section 2, it adds a section. Section 2 reads, the zoning map amendment is subject to the following special limitation. The district is limited to 23 lots. And this amendment is to add the sentence which says, if Title 21 is amended to create hillside conservation subdivisions as described in the 2010 Hillside District Plan, then a hillside conservation subdivision of the property may allow up to 2 additional lots for a total of 25 lots.
Okay, we don't have that before us, right, Mr. Weddleton, but Mr. Gates is getting it?
He is, yeah. Do you want to wait, or do we
Well,
read it again?
Yeah, I mean, I asked you and Ms. LaFrance, but I'd rather have it before us, so.
I'm in your way. You're the right after Felix.
It's a different one.
Right, I'm sorry, it was handed out last meeting, and we just missed it this time. Maybe, can I speak to it, or you want to wait?
If it's being handed out, sure, speak to it.
Okay, and the importance of this is the Hillside District Plan.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, so that's a move as a.
Oh, I moved. I take a second?
Second.
Thank you. The Hillside District Plan strongly recommends for subdivision of large lots that we use a concept of conservation subdivisions. Particularly, it addresses various features of conservation subdivision for the hillside. And this has some fairly strict requirements for leaving open space, protecting, or wood potentially, protecting wetlands and so on. And it's and decreasing grading. And to encourage that, it offers a bonus. And it says, and this is not codified yet, it's simply in the plan. It says that a bonus could be 5 to 20% lot increase. So if that were to be done, given the 23 lots, a 20% increase would be 4 additional lots. I'm recommending that there would be a bonus, but it would only be 2, maximum of 2. So I do want to encourage a conservation subdivision. I don't want to go potentially with the 4 additional lots. The Hillside District Plan recommends this, but we also heard in testimony a strong preference for conservation subdivision in the area as well. It disturbs less land, it protects the terrain better. And this doesn't require anything. They could totally ignore it, and it's not in code yet. So it doesn't really restrain the developer at all. It just offers a potential opportunity.
Right, so it's now been distributed. It's titled Weddleton Amendment Number 4. The clerk and I were just talking, because we passed amendments before on this, the numbering is a little off. So I'll just make clear for the record what we're considering, and then we'll know when the clerk puts them in. Further discussion on Weddleton Number 4 amendment. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Chairman, can we ask the owner of the property to tell us how this will impact him from his point of view? I'd like it on the record.
If you'd like to, that'd be fine. Could a representative of the owner?
Hear from the owner?
He might need a copy of it. Oh, it's up there. Never mind. I'm not used to our fancy.
Have you even seen it yet?
I haven't.
Come on up and introduce yourself and answer Mr. Trainee's question.
Through the chair to Mr. Trainee, my name is Todd Brownson, one of the owners of the property, and we have, I'm not fully in tune with the amendment, I haven't seen it, but we have been through the conservation plating process, and I am aware of what is in the Hillside District Plan, which is not exactly what's in Title 21, where there is an incentive for subdividing or developing according to the conservation plans, where a bonus would be applied. And when we carried through the Title 21 conservation planning process, there was no benefit of or incentive of additional lots, as the Hillside District Plan calls for, I believe, 5% to 20%. So as I understand, the amendment would be that if the Hillside District Plan definition of the conservation subdivision was to be included into Title 21, it would be available to us to take advantage of a conservation type development in which we would be allowed not what is currently in Title or in the Hillside District Plan of a sliding scale of 5% to 20% increase of lots, but that we would be allowed an additional tied to the land 2 lots regardless as an incentive.
Okay. Do you support this amendment?
I would tend to support this amendment. I think that conservation development makes a lot of sense on the hillside. I have some concerns of what's currently in the Hillside District Plan for a conservation subdivision, as well as being only the second person to carry the Title 21 conservation subdivision all the way through plating. There are some things that I would like to be cleaned up, through maybe Mr. Weddleton's committee or something. So I would support the amendment. I don't know if that could be added somehow. There's a lot of unknowns, I guess. So based on what's known, I would support the amendment.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Mr. Trainee. Thank you, sir. Further discussion of Weddleton Amendment number 4, Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question on this, perhaps to Mr. Weddleton or to staff, would be, could we address the issue of the conservation subdivision later when we codify the Hillside Conservation Subdivision? I'm concerned about discussion of additional lots could muddy up the discussion a bit right now, and especially when some parts of it have not been fleshed out in code. I'm just wondering about the timing of this piece.
Could I address it, or you want, Francis?
Mr. Weddleton.
With this, I want to encourage conservation subdivisions, and it's strongly recommended in the Hillside District Plan. If we did not have this in there, and we did codify a hillside conservation subdivision, then if it were on the 5 to 20% incentive, that would give the developer, were this to happen, the choice, the option of perhaps 4 more lots if he did the conservation subdivision. And I'm not willing to go quite that high. This would constrain it to 2 additional. If we don't codify it, it's no impact on the developer. If we codify it and they choose not to go with it, it's no impact. It's just trying to be a little more sensitive towards what we've heard from the audience. The conservation subdivisions are good. We heard that in testimony, but there is a strong desire to limit the number of lot increase as well. Mr. McLaughlin?
Did you want a response from Mr. McLaughlin? Or?
Yes, actually, since you're up here, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, the only thing that I would add is that the amendment adds a little bit of flexibility and encourages a certain style of development that's preferred on the hillside, and so that's fine. And also, if the amendment's not made, then the only way to amend the special limitation is a whole new rezone. So what is adopted tonight stands. They'd have to begin all over again if they ever wanted to change the wording in the special limitation to allow something like a hillside conservation subdivision. That's why Mr. Weddleton, I think, is proposing it now.
Mr. McLaughlin, so do you have the amendments in front of you?
Yes.
So there's 3 there's one, Mr. Weddleton's, that changes the findings, but there's 3 that affect Section 2, and the Vice Chair and I have been struggling to understand whether they're compatible or mutually contradictory. So the one we're considering, one that would say shall not exceed 23 in a future subdivision, and then one that refers to the wetlands on the southern portions. Could we adopt all 3, or do they exclude one another?
The wetlands ordinance is fine and not contradictory.
Because it's outside of the current rezoning application. It's talking about the land that's to the south.
There's a difference between lots and tracts, and the wetlands reserve tract is not a lot, so it's the 23 lot cap wouldn't apply to an open space tract for.
Okay. So it wouldn't affect, do Weddleton number 4 and LaFrance number 1 that says 23, can we do both of them?
Oh, no. So, Mr. May I speak?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the LaFrance amendment is sort of a doubling down that there shall only be a hard cap of 23 lots. And so I think that is contradictory to Mr. Weddleton's proposal.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Further questions, Ms. Wimhoff, on amendment number 1?
Yeah,
4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at these 2, and I see your point. I appreciate what Mr. Weddleton's amendment is trying to do, kind of looking forward to the future, making sure there's no problems don't arise that could arise. But I also see that the other amendment is definitely very clear. And I always have problems with making rules on rules that aren't quite, as you say, codified. They're not already real and ready and printed and mailed out to everybody. So that's my concern when I look at the two of them, is I think that one is very definite, stop at 23, and one is, hey, if this comes up, even though everyone else may get a chance at 5 to 20%, you're going to be stopped at 25. And I think 23 is closer to what the current rezone is at the moment, or at least it's being asked to be passed.
Thank you, Ms. Manuel. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just so I'm clear, we're looking at Weddleton Amendment number 4 right now, correct?
Yes.
Although we're talking about the three of them a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that. I just wanted to make sure whether there were conflicts ahead of time while we had him up there. But we are just looking at Amendment number 4.
Okay, and so going back to the conservation subdivision piece, because I like the language in my amendment because it is very clear about the 23 and it's very firm. However, I would not want to rule out the possibility of conservation subdivisions in this area down the road. And I'm wondering, Mr. Weddleton, if you can see how that can be reconciled, or it sounds like your amendment seeks to limit the number of lots, which is a good thing. But I would also want to make it absolutely clear that any consideration of any more lots would only ever be under a discussion of a conservation subdivision.
Right, and I think we can do that in the findings, which we'll go through soon. That would be something to put the findings, because I think the Planning and Zoning Commission did a very good job on this. To be sensitive to the neighborhood, they put a cap on the number of lots, and I think we reaffirmed the Planning Commission's findings and then create one of our own that we feel that way. We've really made that 23 very solid. So rather than have it stated here in amendment, we've made it very firm in the findings.
Well,
that's my route for it.
I would say you could just say, with any future subdivision, the total number of lots permitted within this district shall not exceed 23, but if, and then your amendment. I mean, if you mean it to be in the actual text, you should put it in the actual text, and then it would be 23, except if this thing happened.
Well, you could, but it says already, this district is limited to 23 lots, period. That's pretty clear, right, if you read Section 2.
Well, but, okay. But the future subdivisions, I think, is the operative.
Well, no, but the lots, that means you would subdivide it. I mean, right now it's 1. And then were you to subdivide, you'd have 23, and that's very clear. And this says if there were a hillside conservation subdivision, then they could get maximum 2 bonus.
Great, thank you, Mr.
Sure.
Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar.
I just wanted to ask a question of John, or perhaps of people that might be thinking of opposing this. If this amendment doesn't pass and we do codify these conservation subdivisions, what incentive is there for this developer to do that, other than perhaps the goodness of their heart? Is there some other mechanism I'm not aware of?
We don't have other mechanisms. There can be advantages if you do a conservation subdivision where you might build a smaller, less road, which is beneficial for the area. There's less grading, so that's very valuable. And you save some money by building. That's very expensive. So there's some infrastructure benefits. Not a huge amount on the hillside because you're well and septic anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Further questions, comments on amendment number 4, Weddleton? You ready to vote? Members may proceed to vote on Weddleton amendment number 4. Mr. Weddleton, you need to vote on your...
Sorry. Waiting on everyone else. How do we do? 10 to 1.
I believe that passes 10 to 10 to 1, but we'll see in a second. Oh, okay.
Is that part of GERG we don't know about?
That wasn't the vote.
It passes by a margin of beach over ocean.
Ms. Wimhoff said she voted no, so it would have been 9-2.
I was trying to hide that. Thanks.
When you said it out loud. I think it means the amendment fails.
Oh, okay. So
No, it wasn't.
It passed, do we know?
Wimhoff voted no. You don't know that. I was a no.
Oh, oh, okay.
We don't know what.
So now, I recommend, Mr. Croft, are we waiting on the screen, or?
Well, yeah, and I can tell, would you like me to tell you what the vote is? We're going to have to reboot the computer, but I can tell you what the vote was. The vote was 9 in favor and 2 opposed.
Right.
So that fails 9-2. No, it passes 9-2. And the clerk has the recorded of the votes. Ms. LaFrance, recording of the votes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of order. Did you say that we had passed other amendments already concerning this ordinance? Because it was my understanding that when we closed public hearing last Tuesday, we postponed and did not enter into debate or discussion.
Agreed.
So Amendment 4, I believe, is the first amendment that we've considered for this ordinance.
Looks like we're doing a lot more work if we start with number 4.
Well, the clerk wasn't sure whether we had, and so let me just say that me describing them allows the clerk, when they review the record, to be able to tell what amendment they're talking about.
Right.
Versus us saying 1, 2, 3, 4 and being off by 1 or whatever, we just describe it. And so that's what I committed to do with her. You may be right that we didn't pass any before, but we didn't have that record. Do you, Madam Clerk, now?
Mr. Chair, I believe we did pass some amendments at the last meeting. As you can see, number 11A on your agenda is ordinance number AO 2019-12 as amended. At the work session, we were discussing that I believe I can check and confirm for you, but one of Ms. LaFrance's amendments.
On 11A?
Oh, sorry, I'm on 11A. I'm on the wrong one?
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
So
I better catch up.
11A, there were amendments. 11C,
That's
there
correct.
may not have been.
You are
but
correct then.
We'll describe them anyway so that we can know. Are you wanting to offer amendment number 1, LaFrance?
No, Mr. Chair, not at this time.
So I'll pass the gavel, just Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Croft.
So I'd move Croft amendment number 1.
Second.
It's been, oh, sorry. It's been moved and seconded.
Did you need a second?
Chris did.
I did. Yeah.
I mean, is the computer down? Is that what we're?
Yes, we do have some computer problems right now.
Okay.
It's in there. It's in. Croft Amendment number 1, and the text adds to Section 2, future subdivisions shall place wetlands designated by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in reserved tracts. This is that portion below the tracts that we've seen, the plat that we've seen that has the marshland, and it, as I understand it, was not technically included in the rezone. I wanted to make sure that that area, that will likely have to be, I think, conservation, but actually is. And so it's either a small protection or redundant, but it says if you do that those portions have to be protected. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry, you go ahead. I was out of breath.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good idea to me, but can someone please define reserve tracts? I don't see that as a defined term, so I just want to make sure I understand the meaning of it.
Ms. Quinn Davidson, reserve tracts is in Chapter 8 of our zoning code. It's in the subdivision regulations, and there's 2 or 3 paragraphs describing what that is. Essentially, they're open space tracts that are not meant for development generally.
Can I ask a follow-up, Mr. Chair? Or Mr. Vice Chair, could you have like trails, social trails? Could you use that area, or is it just completely off limits, like fenced off or something?
It could be used for that. In this case, wetlands, it would take wetland permitting in order to develop even trails in the wetlands.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Don't go far.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Weddleton.
For Francis while he's up there. So I guess a couple questions. One is, if you have this tracted out, were there to be a hillside conservation subdivision with open space set-asides, would this tract count towards that open space? And we don't know, it's not in code yet, but I mean, would it typically?
That's an excellent question about these unforeseen sort of impacts of the special limitation. A conservation subdivision requires open space in order to get the benefit of a conservation subdivision. So yeah, it's consistent.
It would be.
Yeah, it'd be fine.
Okay, is tracting it out, does that provide better protection than having it as part of lots, maybe divvied up amongst several individual lots?
Well, the required wetlands setbacks are required regardless per our zoning code, but I think that, the preferred method is tracting out.
Okay. Can I have one more question there? So if this is tracted out, who becomes responsible for maintaining it or clearing the wood or whatever?
There will be ownership of it, and it could be a homeowners association, it could be an individual. It has to be owned.
Okay, so this is done in other places in Anchorage?
Reserve tracts are common.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could we ask the developer, similar to what Mr. Trainee did, and see his reaction to this?
I'm fine with that. If someone, representative from the developer, wants to come up.
Francis, I'd like to ask you a question too, so if you don't go too far.
You go first.
And for the record, my name is Becky Lipson, Lipson, on behalf of the petitioner. And the petitioner is fine with this language for tracting out. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Weddleton?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar.
Okay. I think my concerns are largely alleviated if it's something that the developer isn't opposed to, given this would impact their land. But I am still a little curious about what exactly we're doing, because I don't quite think I understand yet. How much of the property would be impacted by this? And what happens if, in a former life, I worked on a clean water case that dealt with the definition of, water as the United States and that kind of thing. What happens if the U.S., what happens if the Corps of Engineers change their definition of wetlands? Does it, So I guess my first question is, how much of the property is subject to this already? And the second is, what happens if they change their definition?
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, I believe that there are 2 wetlands areas on the property that have been delineated. They know where they are, and they're classified as Class C wetlands. And should they be required to be placed in a reserve tract, then that would be fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. And my question is for Mr. Weddleton. I think that it might be smart to consider adding a finding if the conservation easement is adopted that is acceptable as a wetlands designation, right? Because you heard Mr. McLaughlin say that it is consistent, but he did not say it's the same. And so it might be wise, if that's our intent, that we find that in the record. That way, should that eventuality come around, it's less debatable.
All right, sure, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Back to you, Mr. Croft.
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask the developer whether they had any objections, so I'm out. That's fine.
All right. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, the alarm bells went off for me, thinking that if we rope the Corps into responsibilities here, there's a whole larger level of permitting and bureaucratic paperwork that have a significant, or could be a significant impediment to the developers, and I'm quite confident our own process will protect these wetlands. I know that in other applications, once the wetlands designation is in place, the Corps of Engineer has jurisdiction, it is very, very difficult to get any right of entry for anything, including trails and lots of other things. So I want assurance from Lance this isn't going to put the owners under additional restrictions.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Yeah, Mr. McLaughlin, if you could respond to that.
I think that the owner of the property, I think he might be an environmental engineer, but they have expert knowledge of the property and the rules. Is that?
I think the owner's already, through the representative, has already spoken, so I guess my concerns are assuaged.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, well, just to address that, I mean, I didn't mean to set off alarm bells, Mr. Dyson. This was reserved out of it kind of for that purpose, so I don't think this is a surprise. And they probably couldn't do very much with it anyway because of that designation. So I think that's why it's not a big deal. It's sort of just clarifying what is assumed when you reserve out that section that's pretty undevelopable.
But I understood that you're inserting the Corps of Engineers in there. Why? Or is that what you're doing?
If they're designated by it, they shall be in reserved tracts. And they already were excluded from this development because of that probability.
So did you just say to me that the Corps of Engineers already has jurisdiction on the reserved portions?
The lower portion wetlands were either already have or very likely to be, and they were excluded from the plat development for that reason. But
sure. I think you just said yes.
Through the chair, Mr. Dyson, the wetlands are already under the jurisdiction of the Army Corps of Engineers. We delineated the wetlands. There were no wetlands delineated on the property. We delineated the wetlands. There's a total of a 2.7 acre wetland portion. In the middle is a Class C wetland, which is very defined what the rules are on that type of wetland, and a 5.8 acre piece in the southwest corner, also a Class C wetland. There is already, as Mr. Croft has stated, this is basically a redundant requirement for what's already required. And okay, fair enough. Thank you.
All right. Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Croft. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. And I just would add that note in the purpose and summary. It states the recently adopted stream ordinance has specific regulations that cover this situation. We spent an extraordinary amount of time, number of meetings, going over what these setbacks are and whether the stream is named or not and all of this. And so we did the work that provides this protection. So this reiterates that protection for that area.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
I just want to thank Mr. Croft for bringing this forward. Even if it's redundant, I think it's important. And we heard quite a bit in testimony. People are worried about this development potentially causing problems with Rabbit Creek just downhill. And I think just to emphasize how critical that is, this is very valuable.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. McLaughlin, you have something to add?
So I was alerted to look at the definition of reserve tracts, and it has some wording saying that it'll be dedicated, voluntarily dedicated to the public, but I don't think the public is going to take ownership of these. So the word reserve, I think, is not a good word choice in this. If reserve tract in the subdivision regulations brings in the public ownership of it, then that could create a problem, and I've I guess not provided you the right guidance on that. But I think tracted out or tract is still appropriate. Open space tract, greenbelt tract. We'd have to sort of think about the terminology, or just tract.
All right. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Mr. Constant, response to that?
Just a point for Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I might recommend that we don't need to define the type of tract. We could just say that wetlands are not, you're not developing in wetlands, right? I mean, we don't need to get into the terminology because we might get ourselves stuck. So you could say future subdivisions shall not be placed in wetlands designated by the U.S. Army Corps.
So are you making an amendment to the amendment?
If everyone thinks that's a good idea. I mean, I want people to all, if Francis thinks that makes sense. Yep. And developers were nodding their heads already, I think. Okay.
So
Yes,
it shall
I
not.
am.
Okay.
Another point.
Could you state that amendment to the amendment one more time, please?
Sure. It's interesting the way it's worded. Future subdivisions shall not. It's really okay. Do you mean future subdivisions, or do you mean development? Because this will be a subdivision. It's not that future subdivision, right, Mr. Croft? I'm trying to understand. Yeah.
I asked Mr. Schutte and staff to tell me how to protect the wetlands at the southern portion of the thing, but that's about the limit
Okay.
of my understanding.
Fair enough.
Through the chair, Ms. Quinn Davidson, I think that the wording is appropriate the way it's worded now, because
With the reserve track reference?
no.
Or you mean the subdivision piece?
Well, you were troubled by future subdivisions, and which is really about the development. But I think that we want to leave in the wording as it is, future
Okay.
subdivisions, because it's sort of a combination. There's a subdivision of two properties, and then there's this unsubdivided tract. So there's a combination, and there could be some sort. There's a tract and there's two lots, and it's going to be re-subdivided or subdivided, or maybe two neighbors will shake hands and move a lot line slightly to get around a fence or something. I don't,
Got it. Yeah,
we just
got
want
it.
to leave open the door that they don't have to rezone the property all over
Okay,
again.
sounds good. So what about future subdivisions shall not be placed in wetlands designated by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers? No?
No, that would not work.
Can you propose something that would work? Because I'm not understanding, if we can't use reserve tracks,
Future subdivisions shall place wetlands designated by the U.S. Corps of Engineers in tracts.
They're not lots.
Wetlands should be placed in a tract. So delete the word reserve.
okay. So I don't understand the meaning of that. I mean, you could tract something out, but that doesn't have any difference on what happens with the wetlands necessarily.
So I think the supporter of the ordinance, or the mover, is trying to ensure that that a wetland wouldn't be part of someone's private property and would instead be a tract of land in common ownership, maybe, of the homeowners association, and
Okay.
Not for development of a residential home, because that's what we're talking about here. Is like, do we want a home on the wetland, or do we want the
Yeah.
wetlands to be a part of someone's home? And say, no, let's tract it out. I think that's what he's seeking.
Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Constant, on this discussion?
Francis, now that you just said that, I don't know that what you said was correct exactly, because you reference an HOA, and that's an assumption that is not in fact and may or may not come to pass. And so it's not necessarily that the owners of the property intend to develop it into a common tract, but what the intent of the mover, I believe, is to ensure that the wetlands are preserved and into whatever form of a tract that is allowable, that doesn't create the public burden of the reserve tract. And so I think we do actually need to identify a specific phrase there that doesn't corner the petitioners into an HOA, but instead allows that property to be protected, the wetlands.
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, are you suggesting that we replace reserve tract or reserve tracts with open space tracts?
If that would meet the kind of spirit of the intent of the people to ensure that the water doesn't turn into pavement, then yes. Whatever might be proper, if that's the best designation, I trust your judgment.
Is that a term of art, Mr. McLaughlin?
I was just going to look at our definitions in the zoning code in chapter 14, but I mean, we see open space tract really commonly. You know, I think that, you know, yes, the simple answer is yes, I think that would be fine.
Mr. Gates is.
Yes, Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Quasi-Chair. I think this is helpful. In Title 21, there's a definition for the word tract. That would be applicable here, of course. The word tract is defined as a parcel of land which has been reserved for future development, future subdivision, or protection of open space, or a specific natural features. That's the definition of tract, if you use that word tract by itself here.
Thank you, Mr. Gates.
If I might finish then.
Sure, Mr. Gates.
What that then argues is the open space is the designation we're all circling around. And so I think Ms. Quinn Davidson had an amendment on the floor, right? Or was it?
I think she was getting ready. Okay, she is withdrawing her amendment.
You want to make it, Chris?
Yeah, I think then that I would move an amendment to change the word there in section 2 from reserve to open space.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Constant made the motion. Mr. Peterson seconds. Any further discussion on this amendment to the amendment? Okay, seeing none, do we have unanimous approval for this amendment? For the amendment to the amendment, excuse me.
Reserve
Yes.
open tract.
Open space.
Can we say protected open space tract? I think that was the phrasing that he read, that Mr. Gates read. When he read the
We do an
various
amendment to the
kinds
amendment to the amendment.
Francis is saying just do open space.
Okay, open space is fine.
Okay, good. Let's vote
All
on
right,
it.
thank you. Okay, so seeing no opposition to the amendment to the amendment to the amendment passes. Now we are back to the amendment. Any further discussion on the amendment as amended? Okay.
Just one note.
Sure, Mr. Constant.
I just want to reiterate that, in fact, we're being really consistent. As I read off of this language, the 50-foot stream protections we put in, we're now implementing that, and I think it's a credit to the work that we're doing that we're following through with what we said.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Croft. All right, so seeing no further discussion, are the members ready to vote?
On the amendment. As amended?
Sure. All right, we'll go ahead and slow down.
On the amendment as amended.
That was our vote on the amendment to the amendment?
As amended?
Correct. Yes. All right, so
More, Eric?
are the members ready to vote on the Croft amendment as amended? Okay, let's go ahead and cast our votes.
Look at that, symmetry. Psst, Suzanne. You should do yours. Is yours next?
I thought she wasn't going to move hers.
Um,
She have another one?
Yes, but Ms. LaFrance, you'd said before that you weren't offering, are you offering amendment number?
I have a new one.
Oh, you do. Okay, so we have
Amendment number 5. I move amendment number 5.
Ms. LaFrance moved amendment number 5. Is there a
Second. Okay. Who got there first?
Second for amendment number 5?
Second.
Ms. Wimhoff has seconded, moved and seconded. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The intent of this amendment is to emphasize the restriction of 23 lots. And there's concern over the removal of the special limitation. And I understand from what staff has said that this is no easy process. However, that for whatever unforeseen reason, it's possible the petitioners could end up moving or selling the property. And I've been told and heard from other people, developers, who are surprised that 50 or 60 lots isn't being pushed for in this. And so the intent of this amendment, again, is to emphasize the 23 lots special limitation. Then.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Dunbar.
Oh, I think. question.
Thank you, Mr. Grow. I was just curious. I certainly support the intent of this, but I am curious if we have the legal authority to sort of order the plating authority to do this. The plating authority would be the plating board, is that correct? And so can the Assembly direct that kind of board to do something like this?
Interesting question. Mr. Gates or Mr. Falsey or Ms. Ennis or somebody?
But we're talking the planning authority.
It's a good question, Mr. Dunbar. I can't answer with any certainty. I think so.
Okay. I mean, I think it's fine sort of either way, but it is sort of interesting. I thought that board had some independence from us, and I didn't know if we could direct them, but.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, I just would like to restate what Ms. LaFrance just said, that other developers are surprised that 50 to 60 lots aren't being moved here. And this is a massive compromise in the property rights of the owners of this property, a massive compromise. And so any argument to the effect otherwise, to me, is a sham argument. And so I just would reiterate what I just heard you say. And I'll be supporting this because everyone seems to agree that at some point there's a line. But people need to recognize this is a massive compromise.
Any further discussion on amendment number 5, LaFrance amendment number 5? Mr. Dyson.
Yeah. I'm concerned about this what would it take to undo what we would do if we approved this amendment? 25 years from now, future owners, very different circumstances, what would it take to get this, undo the effects of this amendment?
Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, if Mr. McLaughlin thank you, would come up, and maybe you could talk about what's involved, too, with removing a special limitation when you address Mr. Dyson's question?
Through the chair, they'd have to go back through the rezoning process.
And to follow up, and I know this is your question, Mr. Dyson, but to be clear, this is already on the ordinance. Like, this amendment doesn't add anything new to that requirement, but it emphasizes the requirement by requiring it to be added on every plat. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. LaFrance, yes.
All right. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, so this is just full disclosure. And does this preclude the 2-lot bonus if these folks go to a conservation designation in their development?
The amendment itself doesn't have the number, so whether it's the 23 or the 25 from Mr. Weddleton's amendment, I assume would be on there, but smarter people than me can answer. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, including Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
I wasn't meaning to answer that, but I suppose if you had it on the plat and it was recorded, then yes, that would make it more difficult to add 2 more lots. But I was going, Francis, is that correct?
Yeah, you've got that right.
Yeah, thank you. Could I ask the developer to weigh in on what you think about this?
Thank you, and Becky Lipson for the record again. We read this as going through both the rezoning process and the platting process. However, as Assemblymember Dyson raised, we are concerned about how it relates to Assemblymember Weddleton's amendment. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Yep, that's what I thought you would say. Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you, sir. Does that then argue for adding a subsection here that reads, notwithstanding any bonus related to conservation easements? I mean, would we achieve the same goal of allowing flexibility if we added a phrase that allowed for that in this restriction?
The clerk pointed out that the language of this says, "The planning authority shall require a note on the final plat stating the lot number restrictions of this section." We've now put two restrictions in this section, the 23 lot restriction and the 25 if you do the conservation easement or...
But, Mr. Chair, the legal effect there is if there isn't at this time adopted a conservation process, and then the lots are subdivided and the plats are recorded with this limitation that currently exists, then what happens is that's the limitation. And then the conservation easement process comes around, the limitation will not be granted because it states there 23.
Did you want to speak? I'm sorry. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, maybe I do have a thought on that, but maybe I'll defer to Mr. McLaughlin, who jumped up now. Just a little bit on what I think Mr. Constant was saying. If this were subdivided, not using a hillside conservation subdivision, then you're done. Yep. So there will not be one, and it becomes a moot point. Any special limitation, which we have a very solid one here, which is a 23-lot limit, will be on the map. I mean, after we do the rezone, those special limitations go with the rezone. Isn't that correct, Mr. McLaughlin?
Yes, forevermore, the next 100 years or whatever, what you adopt tonight will be the law of the land within the area of this within this district.
And I suspect when we do eventually write the hillside conservation subdivision rule, perhaps we'll address this and say, if there's a special limitation, there could be, a bonus above that or something, and we could deal it at that time.
The 2040 plan has as an action item to adopt the hillside conservation subdivision. Addressing your specific point, I don't know, I'm not sure what to say about that. If Title 21 is amended to allow for hillside conservation subdivisions, then it wouldn't be able to help with what you do tonight with this particular zoning district.
Thank you, Mr. Weldon. We have about 15 minutes left in our debate time unless we extend. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm trying to understand, and I think it's a very good point raised by Mr. Dyson, the interaction between this amendment and the one we already passed, Mr. Weddleton's amendment regarding the potential bonus. I think what you just said is they're going to go through the platting process before we put in place this conservation subdivision. So it's kind of a moot point. Are you saying that they'll never get to 25, or what other process would they have to go through to get to that 25 then? Wouldn't it be a replat?
Well, potentially. I mean, I suspect it is likely we will not have that done before they have a plat.
Right.
So I suspect that would happen. However, if we are somewhat committed and have it done in a year and they see that rolling along, I mean, they could choose to. So really, it just offers it out there. Given some scenario, my guess it'd be slim chance that they would do it.
If they do it if they plat in the next 8 months or in the next year, and it takes us 2 years to get this, what we're describing here, the conservation subdivision, then this amendment is a moot point.
Yeah, totally.
Okay. But if they don't, if somehow we do get that done and they hold off on platting a little bit, then I'm curious if Ms. LaFrance's amendment sort of obviates your amendment. Because the way it's phrased, it says the lot number restrictions of this section. That happens to be amending the same place that your amendment went. So is the lot number restriction 23 or 25? Well, if it's 23, then your amendment is gone, right?
No. I don't know.
I'm sorry, Mr. Constance next in the queue. You want to direct it to?
I guess, Mr. McLaughlin, could you weigh on this? I mean, if we pass this, then if they plat, it must be 23 if we interpret the lot number restriction phrase in that way. Then haven't we just basically obviated Mr. Weddleton's prior amendment that at least gave them the chance of getting to 25?
I could speak to
That's my understanding that you have that correct, Mr. Dunbar. It's sort of.
Well, Mr. Schutte is shaking his head no.
Oh, I think we're good.
No, please.
We're getting a little off track here. So there's two concepts at play here. There's the underlying zoning and the special limitations that are being attached to that, whether it's 23, 25. Then there's the platting that is dealt with separately at any given date at a later date, whether that's in a week or in a year to accommodate the Hillside District Plan. Because the underlying zoning directs the action at the platting level, if you say it's either 23 or it's 25, and they go forward with the platting, and the Hillside District or Hillside Conservation subdivision has not been adopted, the underlying special limitation says it shall be 23, and that is how the platting action must proceed. What this amendment proposes to do, and it's written in a way that's open-ended, so it can be either 23 or 25.
Okay.
It just says, we really mean it. If there's a special limitation that says it's 23 or 25, we really mean it, so you guys do it too. That's the effect of this.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schutte.
We have a little over 10 minutes in our debate. Mr. Constant.
If that's the interpretation of the record, then I'm happy to let it stand and shut my mouth.
Okay. Further debate on amendment number 5. You ready for the quest, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Sorry to take more time. I just quickly wanted to circle back with the developers to make sure that that's their understanding and that they are okay with this amendment as written. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
They're nodding their heads yes.
Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, so we need to have it very clear in our minutes, the record of we're operating on the assumption that it can be changed with the conservation, and then these folks don't have to go back through the zoning and platting process. That needs to be very clear on the record. If we didn't do that, I would say, why not do Mr. Constant's amendment to the amendment, which actually kind of codifies it. So I just want it very clear on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Further debate or discussion on amendment number 5, LaFrance, or LaFrance. Ready for the question? Members may proceed to vote on amendment number 5. That passes 10-1. Brings us back to the main motion, unless there are any other amendments. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, I would move to extend the debate 25 minutes.
Second.
25 minutes of
25.
extended debate.
Well, thank you. I can go long now.
There's been an objection, so we'll vote on whether we should extend debate for 25 minutes.
Just one objection. We've spent enough time with this here.
Yeah, I agree.
Did that need a second? It had it. Never mind.
Oh, I thought, did we?
I strongly recommend
we
it
gonna
because each of these amendments has taken us
We're not under discussion.
many minutes.
Who was the second on extending for 25 minutes? You are? It has been moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Members can vote on extending debate for 25 minutes.
Is that a goal or a ceiling?
Ceiling.
Ceiling. It's a ceiling.
What's the vote?
Then we don't finish tonight.
Madam Clerk, it takes 8 votes to extend debate? Mr. Gates, I thought it was an 8. I think it passed 8-3, but is that correct?
I'm sorry, I wouldn't look it up, but I would defer to the clerk. I believe she knows.
Yeah. It certainly had a majority. I think it had the required supermajority to the extent that's required. So we have extended debate for 25 minutes. Further debate, Mr. Weddleton.
I would like to offer amendment number 2, which you should have in front of you.
Second.
And just as a preface for this, it's typical in rezones to state findings. And this basically states some findings. similar to what we've read in the Planning Commission's findings. So are these up on the screen?
No, and I don't think they will be. We're having the computer
were these
issues that
handed
you
out at all?
noticed. So.
Okay, so I'll be careful to read them.
Yeah.
I don't think they're too profound. So, okay, so this is page 1, beginning at line 24. Amend by adding a new section 3 and renumbering sections 3 to 4. And the new section 3 to read as follows. Section 3, in support of its approval of this zoning map amendment, based on the information received in the record, the Assembly makes the following findings. Finding number 1, the rezone is consistent with the land use designation in the Hillside District Plan and Anchorage 2040 Land Use Plan, that this area be zoned residential with a 0 to 1 dwelling unit per acre density. And if you like, could you want me to just read all these through so everybody can hear them and I can speak to each of them?
It was a little bit ago, but let's call that.
Mr. Chair, should I do it that way? Just read through and then speak to them?
Yeah.
Okay. Finding number 2, R10 is the appropriate zoning for a parcel like this. Finding 3, the special limitation on the number of lots to 23 lots allows for subdivision development that is respectful to the surrounding neighborhood by providing for less than 1/3 the maximum dwelling units per acre for the land use designation. This density is far less than currently in the surrounding neighborhood. Finding 4, the rezone meets the intent statement of Anchorage Municipal Code section 21.03.160 regarding rezones. This rezone was not easily changed. That seems self-evident. Change conditions are the adoption of Anchorage 2040 Land Use Plan in 2017 and amendments to the Hillside District Plan in 2015. The benefit to the general welfare is our need for housing of all types. Finding 5, the rezone is consistent with the Hillside District Plan. Finding 6, the subdivision is within the Glen Alps service area, and any developed lots will be subject to tax levy for road maintenance and improvements for this road service area. Assuming 22 more homes valued at $750,000, this will generate approximately $33,000 more per year for much-needed road maintenance in the area. Finding number 7, the rezone process followed all proper procedures. The required community meeting met the requirements of code. At least 3 subsequent open meetings with the community allowed further discourse. Finding number 8, the rezone with the special limitation was approved and recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission by a vote of 7-0, and the Assembly accepts their findings. Finding number 9, the Assembly finds the cap on the number of lots in the district to reflect important community considerations regarding the character of the neighborhood and development constraints. An increase to the cap of the number of lots would require a hillside conservation subdivision if allowed by code or a new rezoning application to change the special limitation.
Thank you.
I had something Mr. Constant actually asked for, I'm sorry, and it would replace number 7. Can I back up? So instead of the number 7 that I read, this is just more detail. This says the public notification requirements of Title 21 were met, and the applicant had numerous additional meetings with members of the public and community groups to discuss the rezoning. The Title 21 required community meeting was properly noticed, as shown on page 69 of the packet. The community meeting was held at the preferred location, which is in the vicinity of the petition site, and at the regularly scheduled Hillside Community Council meeting. So that would replace the previous red findings.
Do you have that in writing?
Mr. Constant gave me a...
Because that's not what we have in front of us.
That's not what you have in front of you. Did you pass this out, Mr. Constant?
I handed it to you.
Oh, okay.
Well, okay, if you could hand it to the clerk in writing, but so you've moved this amendment, and you want to now amend your own amendment?
Well, ignore what I said the first time for finding 7 and pay attention to what I said the second
Well,
time.
we need that in writing, and we generally need amendments in writing.
Okay, be fine.
Preferably before...
It was a improvement on what I had done, so I couldn't help it.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. So I actually was going to flag and ask to remove finding number 7, or at least part of it where you said followed all proper procedures. I think even the developer might say that there were things that didn't go quite how we would have liked, and so I just took a little issue with that language. I think the language that you're actually putting forward is superior because it sort of delineates the legal procedures. The other, so I'm glad that that's going to be resolved as soon as we get the language from Mr. Constant. One very small change that I also am curious, I think, in finding number 2, R10 is the appropriate zoning. I wonder if it should be an appropriate zoning. I mean, are we really saying this is the only appropriate zoning for this parcel, and there are no others that might have worked?
You know, I could speak to that. And I think, well, it's up to the chair.
Okay, so you've now read the amendment. We have, is there a second?
Second.
Who seconded? Mr. Constant. Mr. Constant is next in the queue. And to the extent that he asks questions, Mr. Weddleton, there may be others, and you can treat them all in one big answer.
Okay, so I mean, I asked a question of Mr. Weddleton. Can you respond to me?
Normally, no, but you go in order and are recognized, and that's why people say through the chair, you don't really even address them. But would you like to, Mr. Weddleton?
I can speak on it in whatever order you choose. It's fine with me.
Well, I think there may be more. Ms. Wimhoff, and then we'll circle back and get you back on. Ms. Wimhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at this in its entirety. It reminds me of what we've already received from Planning and Zoning, that they've already made their recommendations of what they believe we should do. I'm not seeing a point to this other than for protection of future action. And I'm not an attorney, but if I was trying to avoid attorneys, I would try to make sure that everything's down in writing to keep attorneys from showing up. And so I just feel that this is not necessary. And I think, for instance, on finding number 2, R10 is the appropriate zoning. That is a statement of opinion that I can't personally vote for because I'm not sure that it's the appropriate, it's the one that's being recommended, it's the one that will most likely pass, but it's not the appropriate zoning. And so I'm not comfortable having this on there because whatever way I vote, I don't necessarily agree with the finality of each of these statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wimhoff. Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, 2 thoughts for Mr. Weddleton, and maybe you could respond when you respond to the others. Finding number 3 mentioned the 23 lots. I think in context, you're mentioning that it's far fewer than what's legally allowed and consistent with the type of neighborhood. I just wonder how the 25 plays into that. Should we say a number of lots to 23 or 25? Should a conservation subdivision be implemented or something to that effect? And then my second comment or question is finding number 6, where it says assuming 22 homes valued, why wouldn't that be 23? But, thank you.
I don't see anyone in the queue. Did you want back in to answer those questions, Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, it'd be fine. Maybe I'll go backwards. There's already a house on one of those lots. So those would be additional ones. Thank you. The section on the 23, and if you did the Hillside Conservation Subdivision, well, that speaks of a bonus over the regularly allowed number. So if you had, suppose you had a lot, not this one, imagining one, just a straight, clean R6, and you could divide it up, and you could pretty easily say these are the number of lots. Hillside Conservation Subdivision would say, if you could do X, fairly restrictive things, you can get a bonus density over this basic by right number. So basically we're saying at this point that 23 is the by right number, should this pass, and the Hillside Conservation increases that with the bonus. So I believe it's consistent, and I'm comfortable with that. Okay, can I go on? Should I go on, address the R10?
Sure, you have the floor.
Okay, so regarding the R10, And if it were changed to an appropriate zoning, would be fine. But I've been very involved with this, since before I was elected to the first term, and then through with the R6, discussions with the neighbors, the developers, people not involved. But our testimony, if we listen, the neighbors have described R10. The neighbors have described the challenges of living in their area, the challenges of developing in their area, and they talk about septic systems that have trouble. They talk about artesian wells. They talk about streams that grow and move and change. They talk about bad soils. They talk about high winds. They talk about their wells having trouble. And if you go down R10, it lists in great length all of those issues. If you have those issues in an area, R10, from what we heard in testimony, is the zoning. And I understand they're opposing the R10, but their comments, their ideas, all point to R10. So I just can't, given the testimony we heard from all sides, it is clearly R10 is the clear choice. And broadly speaking, we say, what was R8? And they bought it at R8. They should be able to develop it at R8. They should be prepared to do that. And I think in some regards that's true. However, we've heard even from opponents of this rezone that this stuff was zoned in the 70s when it was way out yonder. Things were chaotic. It was the borough and not the city yet. And zoning was not carefully done. And you can see the patchwork of zoning throughout this area is a hodgepodge. It was not well thought out. But we can think of it carefully now. And not only that, but we have backup regulations that weren't in existence then. I mean, a lot of the issues I don't want to pick on the opponents, anyone developing in this area is you have to deal with soil, you have to deal with wetlands, you have to deal with runoff. All of our rules on those have changed dramatically, particularly with the new Title 21. I mean, no net change on your runoff. It's not going in Rabbit Creek because they're not allowed to do it. The wells and septics are checked very, very carefully. We even have kicking in May a new thicker tank for the septics. I mean, our laws are so much more strict than they were in 1975, 1980, even less than 10 years ago, that when they go to develop this, it'll be done right because the rules are very, very tight. So, I just can't see any other zoning being appropriate for this. We have R10 for lots like this.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Wimhoff.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, and this is what we just received from Mr. Constant is the wording that would replace finding number 7. Okay, so that's where we're at. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking of the report that we received from Planning and Zoning, and in that report they were specific about one particular meeting that had to be mailed out. There was a rule. There was a point that the owners needed or developers needed to mail something out and have a specific meeting. And I have heard several times that sticking to those small rules have been very important, and that the other stuff doesn't matter. But I'm saying that for us to say in one place, and if you look at the report, it specifically says a meeting was held, but here we're saying a meeting was held and other meetings were held. And if one meeting was the only one that needed to be held, then why do we need to color this? And excuse me, Mr. Weddleton, for quoting this, it's just a rezone. So why are we concerned about all of this? We're going to vote up or we're going to vote down, and the requirements of Title 21 were met or they weren't, and many of us are going to make comments on whether we thought they were met well or not well as we go along. But I don't see a need to decorate this with other community meetings that go beyond what was required and what the invitation was mailed to, because in the bottom line, that's all Planning and Zoning wanted to see. They didn't look at any other meetings. Granted, and I am very, very happy that other meetings were held, and I want to make it clear that I think that the owners, in fact, I think everyone in this process just, as we say, had a fire hose hit them on what if we could have done it differently is on everyone's plate. And I think that things might have been done differently. But I have a problem with adding this extra wording when we've been so clear that a 12-minute meeting, a 1-minute meeting, it doesn't matter, it was a meeting. And so
Point of order. What you're saying is very important, and we can make changes, but we're not, has anyone moved this amendment to the amendment yet? I think this should be moved, this amendment should be moved, and then perhaps we could change it.
I thought it was already moved.
No.
Said motion to
I thought you
amend?
put it in your number 7.
Well, but I think that was rejected because it wasn't handed out. Am I wrong?
You read it in as number 7, and now that we have it as in writing and the members can look at it, then, though it's difficult for the public to, but I think it's all part of amendment number 2 now, and that we've been handed separately is funding number 7, and you moved it.
I'm finished with my comment, but go ahead, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
You were in order, and you may proceed. We have about 10 minutes left in debate.
And that's all I'm saying, is if we're going to insist that our reports from P&Z are very specific to one meeting, we know the things that these people on both sides have learned are just incredible. I don't think anyone would agree it's just a rezone. I think many of them would say it's just a nightmare, and that they're all tired on both sides. And so it's yes or no, or it's yes or no.
Thank you, Mr.
Can I respond?
Mr. Constant, no, but you're up after Mr. Constant.
There's a purpose for findings. These are findings of facts that we agree upon or not. And I think it's important to put into the record, after all of the many statements that have been made about the nature of that meeting and their process and whether or not it counts, that we find that that meeting happened and that it was proper. I think it's important for us to find that.
Mr. Weddleton.
Okay. Just to kind of deal with Ms. Wenhoff's argument, if she'd like to, we could delete the words, and the applicant had numerous additional meetings with members of the public and community groups to discuss the rezoning. And then it would read, the public notification requirements in Title 21 were met, period. The Title 21 required community meeting was properly noticed, as shown on page 69 of the packet. The community meeting was held at the preferred location, which is in the vicinity of the petition site, and at the regularly scheduled Hillside Community Council meeting. Would you be more comfortable with that?
With that particular number 7, yes, I would be. Thank you.
So I move to amend?
Oh, I'm sorry. Through the chair, I'm sorry that I answered.
Second.
Wait a minute.
You okay?
You would, Ms. LaFrance is next in the queue, but actually you want, so you had that question, now you want to make an amendment. What is that?
The amendment is to finding number 7 to delete the words beginning near the end of the first line, delete, and the applicant had numerous additional meetings with members of the public and community groups to discuss the rezoning.
Second.
That amendment to your amendment number 2, to the language you just added, is to delete part of it, and it's been seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Anybody object to that amendment to amendment number 2? Then your amendment number 2, as amended, is before us. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure I tracked all that. Actually, I wanted to talk more about the zoning for the area, but I'm concerned that we're running out of time.
We have about 7 minutes left.
Okay. May I ask staff to come up to talk about finding number 2, an appropriate zoning for a parcel?
Of course. Mr. McLaughlin or other staff on finding number 2. Ms. LaFrance has a question.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. I understand from our previous conversation that it may not be clear why this land was originally zoned R8, but it may be to have prevented mineral extraction or mining. That may have been one reason, because that was a concern at the time. Was R10 available as a rezone area when this land was originally zoned? Or is it a new?
I'm not sure. When the area-wide rezoning, I think there's other R10 property in the vicinity, so it must have been also available.
Okay, so it may have been available. Would you mind speaking to as Mr. Weddleton did, why R10 would be a better fit than R8 for this area, because definitely there's a perception from community members who've weighed in that this is not the case. Would you be able to address why there might, be a disconnect, or what the two descriptions state?
Yes, through the chair, Ms. LaFrance. The purpose statement in the R10 talks about this zoning district is for steeply sloped properties with it. I haven't read the purpose statement very recently, but it talks about environmentally sensitive areas, and land subject to wasting, meaning erosion. So this is pretty high up on the upper hillside, and it seems to describe the property very well.
Okay. And it has a minimum of 1.25 acre lots under R10 versus the minimum of 4 acre lots in R8, I believe is.
That is correct, but the minimum lot area in the R10 is dependent on the average slope of the lot. So, it depends on the average slope of each individual lot. The minimum lot area for a 30% slope, I think, or 25% slope, something around there, is 7.5 acre minimum lot size.
And so the property has an average slope of 12%, I believe, and that would put it in the 1.25 acre lot if that were true for each parcel. But the point of R10 is, or one aspect of it is, you look at the slope in each
individual lot.
Each individual lot, correct? So to take 77 acres and divide it by 1.25 acres and to get to say, okay, you can get 61 lots, that's not the way you would proceed with this. And if we take the 77 and divide it by 23, that's with the special limitation, that'd be like an average of 3.3 acre lots.
Ms. LaFrance, we have 4 minutes left in debate.
I'm sorry.
Well, you can do, well, we just may run out, so you're entitled to ask any question or make any statement you want, but.
Okay, well, it seems that there's some important information about the zone district that would be helpful. However, what are the options if we run out of time?
We have to have, debate is over and we're going to have a vote on in this case, the amendment, because it's before us, and then a debate or a vote without debate on the underlying motion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McLaughlin.
Further debate on amendment number 2 as amended, Mr. Trainee.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Question's been called. That's a non-debatable motion. Madam Clerk, we'll have a vote on amendment number 2 as amended. Well, the question before us is, shall the question be called? So you can, if there's any objection to calling the question, we can see whether that or whether we continue debate. Member, there's been an objection to calling the question. So the question is, shall we end debate, in effect?
On the amendment.
On the amendment. Amendment number 2 is amended. Mr. Trainee has moved the question. A yes vote calls the question, and we're going to have a vote on it. A no vote continues debate. Everyone got that?
Vote on the amendment.
So we're calling the question?
The question's been called, and this is on the question. Shall the question be called? Shall we end debate? Mr. Trainee moved it. A yes vote ends debate. A no vote continues debate.
It's a cloture motion.
On the amendment.
On the amendment.
Yeah, just on the amendment.
I don't think does the question need to say. Yeah. Yes ends debate. No continues debate. So now, debate. Please set the board up for amendment number 2 as amended. Yeah, right. Do you want to call on the underlying?
Oh, yes, don't.
We'll get yourself back in the queue. Amendment number 2, as amended, is before us. That passes 6-5. Mr. Constant,
One thing first, I would note that that's an extraordinary vote that just happened. It's only the first time it's happened since I've been on the body. And motions to end debate are rare and should be kept rare because they take people's voice. And I would move to extend the debate another 10 minutes.
Second.
motion to extend debate 10 minutes. Members may proceed to vote on that.
Eventually.
Better take you only 20 seconds.
May take 10 minutes to get the debate up.
Who seconded that? Mr. Dunbar.
Let's see if we gain anybody.
Passes again 8-3. We have extended debate for 10 more minutes. Mr. Trainee. Not after.
I tend to move the main motion when we get around to it, sir, so we're not doing this all night. So I'll wait in 10 minutes and we'll be at it again.
Mr. Constant, did you want back in?
Aren't we on the main motion now?
We're on the main motion, yes.
Right. And so I would urge the members to support this item. It's not an extraordinary action, and again, as has previously been stated into the record, that 23 or even 25 lots is an extraordinary compromise to the will of their neighbors. And so, to me, what should be a process of goodwill has been a process of sad kind of Hatfield and McCoy behavior. And the one comment that sticks with me the most that I have to address is there have been pointed comments at Francis McLaughlin, our planner, and I have worked long and many years with Mr. McLaughlin, and I have passionately disagreed with him on items, and I have never found him to be uncivil or compromised or any of the things that came across in the communications. And I lost a lot of respect for the people who would make those arguments against the good public servants that this community has in positions where we are entrusting them. And so that's kind of a sidebar. I do support this, and I hope you do as well.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to address a few things concerning process and some of the concerns that were raised, and also the number of lots. First of all, I think that we had agreement at our Friday meeting, perhaps, and the fact that Mr. Weddleton is taking this up in his committee, that the Title 21 language concerning the community meetings sets unclear expectations. At the very least, it mentions that details are to be provided at the meeting. However, as we discussed on Friday, not all applications include details, but how would the average citizen know what to expect when a rezone application is up? How would it be clear that concept drawings and plats aren't a part of that? And so that's a real concern to me, that I feel like we set something up where it's not fair to the developer either if it's not clear in code. It's my understanding that the standard for this community meeting is basically a notification. And so if the meeting that was held isn't sufficient for a community meeting, I mean, how would we know, the developers know, or the general public know the level of information required for sufficiency based on the current code? And then that brings the next question: what harm has resulted from having such a light community meeting? What information was missing? What I keep hearing over and over is that there were no concepts presented, no plat drawings. However, what we also hear is that at the rezone level, the discussion is focused on whether or not the zoning is appropriate for the area. Plats and concepts, we've been told, aren't relevant to the discussion. Maps, slope analyses, soil and water studies. Apparently, these details are not addressed at this point in the process. So my question would be, from the public's viewpoint, this is really the only place in the process for the Assembly to review and for their real concerns to be addressed. And so what other places in the process, when this goes to the Platting Board, do genuine concerns get to be addressed? And, I mean, Mr. Constant mentioned the Hatfields and McCoys, and I don't agree with that characterization. I just will read a couple lines from an email I received. What the neighborhood folks almost unanimously want is for good and thoughtful planning to take place, responsible development. Their belief is that the current zoning is very appropriate for this land. I think if we talked more about R10 and had some more clarification about the differences, I mean, there may be a different view on that. The community member said that over the years they've had their roof blow off in winds over 120 miles per hour. They had a well fail. We had their well pump fail. A neighbor's addition in front of their house sheds water that causes the lower floor to flood. Drainage culvert contributes to glaciation. And so my point in this is, when in the process will these concerns be addressed? Where in the Platting Board or in, we've told that at the permitting part of the process, that's when, and I would like to know what are the options for addressing that. And then the final concern I would raise is, how do we assure that this isn't a stepping stone to more lots? If you look at the R8 Conservation Subdivision plat at 16, if it was a 20% bonus, that would be 19. If the Ferguson-Jones section were to be subdivided, that would be 4. That would be 19 plus 4. That's 23. That's under the R8. However, the R8 does not allow for the Ferguson-Jones piece to be subdivided. So when we focus on the number of lots, I don't think there's a big difference between the R10 and the R8. And I know when you don't trust the process that got us here, it's hard to say trust the process with the Platting Board and with the building permits. I understand that. However, I do believe we need to move forward with this. I will vote in support of this rezone because I think that we have a good idea of what's coming forward, versus if this keeps going on, there is a chance that someone would succeed with quite a bit number of lots, and this particular developer is committed to living in this area, and I think that changes things. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that was long.
Well, then we only have 3 more.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, very quickly, I think we have 3 minutes left. I just about talked myself around on this. I think the number of lots is appropriate or right in that range. They were arguing about 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. I think there's a good chance that the development works. But I cannot, after the findings and representations that were made, this public meeting was inadequate. It was the kind of, if we allow that, if we allow our staff, and if we say on the record, that's fine, to have an interested party chair it, have it be at the tail end of a meeting that has a hard deadline, and have it be 12 minutes, we are essentially saying, do whatever public meeting you want. If that can be it, you can have a gavel in, gavel out. As long as you sent the notices out and that came back, how sufficient if that public meeting is irrelevant to us. We should not say that. A staff should have not approved it, should have said that needs to be fixed. It's, the quote about pornography, I don't know how to define it, but I know what it is. I don't know how to define an adequate meeting. I know that wasn't. When a landowner interested in the proposition takes it at the tail end and doesn't it, that's not enough. And it should have been simple enough to say, go back and do something about that. We should not say on the record it was proper when it wasn't. I actually think improve the language in Section 7 some, from proper to it barely met the requirements or it met the requirements. But we shouldn't be doing that type of public process, and we shouldn't be approving that type of public process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Croft.
Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you. It's very, very quickly. I want to echo part of the comments of Mr. Constant, not the portion where he spoke about loss of respect for the neighbors, but just very narrowly to agree with his assessment of Mr. McLaughlin. I have always found Mr. McLaughlin to be professional, knowledgeable, and dedicated to public service. I think it's important that we acknowledge the work of our staff. I also want to acknowledge the work of my colleagues from the Hillside, who I know have been working on and thinking about this rezone for literally years, and that the work has reached a crescendo in the last few weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. 40 seconds left. Ms. Wimhoff.
Yes, I want to agree with basically everything that Ms. LaFrance said, and also what Chairman Croft said about the meetings. I know that the postcard that was sent out said that the representatives will provide an overview of the rezone request, project schedule, and will be available to answer questions. And we know that that didn't happen the way that they probably anticipated it. And in addition, the report from P&Z makes a comment that for their meeting, they sent out 140-something mailings about the hearing time.
Ms. Wimhoff, we're out of time.
Oh, well, there you go.
Members may proceed to vote on AO 2019-20. Remind them that because the supermajority was met as amended, it'll be an 8-vote requirement, supermajority requirement. That passes 8-3. All right. Next on our agenda,
Mr. Chair.
Is
that was powerful.
Yep.
Do members want a 5-minute break? Okay, try and keep it to 5 minutes, and let's be back. Yeah, in 5 minutes.
Consideration of the previous item.
Second.
I urge a no vote.
Does that require a second?
I had 2 seconds.
Oh, you got it?
Reconsideration has been, I'm not sure that it does require a second, but anyway, it's been seconded. On the prior item, which is 11C, the DeArmond rezone, a no vote makes the action on 11C final. Yes vote brings it back up for reconsideration. Members clear on what we're voting on?
Again, I urge a no vote, please.
Members may proceed to vote on reconsideration of this item. Mr. Weddleton. And that item fails to be reconsidered. Reconsideration fails 3-8, so that matter is final. 11D is before us. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly requesting that conditions be imposed by the State Alcoholic Beverage Control Board on package store liquor license number 156 for Dong K. Kang doing business as In-N-Out Liquor number 1 located at 3601 Arctic Boulevard, Anchorage 99507, and taking final action on the renewal application for this license. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe, Madam Clerk, if you can correct, we already have a motion and a second on this item for action? Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk. So I would like to move amendment number 3. If I can get a second. Thank you. Mr. Trainee seconds.
Yes.
And what this amendment does was the final key part that I was missing at the last meeting, which was to, on page 2, check box number 5, and provide some language which was provided to me by the Midtown Community Council, and specifically Mr. Potter. Thank you for that. And this just states findings of facts, in particular to both In-N-Out and Mom and Pops, and what the Community Council, in tandem with their representation on the Assembly, is attempting to do with this license.
So amendment number 3 by Mr. Rivera has been moved. Any objection to that amendment? Any discussion? Then amendment number 3, Mr. Weddleton?
Do we have a letter? Documentation on this, or? Not that I don't trust you, but it seems like.
Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Weddleton, what specific documentation are you looking for?
Midtown Community Council has gone on the record.
There is a resolution that was included at the end of the packet. It's the last page of the packet that has their resolution.
It's their and they have an agreement. I mean, it's like an MOU and it's signed by the owner, or it's just.
Mr. Potter, I'm going to ask him to come up and speak more specifically, but I do not think, to answer your question directly, that there is an MOU signed as of this date. But I think it is a sort of an unwritten agreement.
Mr. Potter.
On the vote concerning In-N-Out, that resolution is a true representation of what the vote was and the discussion at the Community Council. As far as having a memorandum of agreement or understanding with In-N-Out, we do not. They were given a copy of the memorandum of understanding that the owners of Mom and Pop's grocery and liquor entered into with us.
Anything else, Mr. Weddleton?
I heard a no. I mean, we don't know that they agree to this?
There is not a memorandum of agreement or understanding with In-N-Out owners at this time with the Community Council.
Mr. Rivera? I mean, that makes me uncomfortable. If you're so close, if I had that, I'd be comfortable with this.
Mr. Rivera, and then Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I'll sort of redirect this to Mr. Potter. So it is correct that the owner has gone to the Community Council meeting and discussed this with the Community Council?
The owner, Mr. Kang, has been to the community council a couple of times now. He's had a meeting with the executive board of the community council, at which time he chose to, from a verbal standpoint, and he is physically imposed on the single fortified steel reserve beers that he had in iced rounders in front, has stopped doing that and raised the price. He is continuing to sell the 50 milliliter shooter bottles at under the prices that have been identified and that have been agreed to with mom and pops.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. So, second question, if I may, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Is it also your understanding that Mr. King has viewed this resolution, the Midtown Community Council resolution, and had no issues with the Midtown Community Council passing this resolution, which is what the conditions are based off of in the resolution we'll be voting on today?
Certainly, I can't speak for Mr. Kang, and I understand that he had some medical conditions arise that have prevented from him being here last week or this week. He is aware of what the items were that were of contention with the community council and what we were asking. His stated comments were that if this was across the board and everybody had to play by these rules, that would be fine. But he felt like he was being singled out and would be the playing field as far as packaged liquor sales would not be level.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Mr. Traney.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this. You know, we had this same issue come in front of the Midtown Community Council with Mom and Pop's Liquor, and they did conform to the wish of that community council. This owner does not want to. No matter how you do it, he's not going to agree to it. This is the wish of that community council, and I intend to support this.
Further discussion on amendment number 3, Rivera. Mr. Weddleton.
So back again, sorry. So we have, so you have this stuff, we find that this stuff. But does this impose conditions on him?
Yes, I was going to speak to that when we got to, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you. When we got to the underlying motion, but section 4, both parts A and B, speak to the specific conditions, which those conditions are both mirrored off of Mom and Pop's, as well as the resolution which the Midtown Community Council put forward and is in your packet.
Okay, I don't find the restrictions unreasonable. I'm not comfortable supporting it without the owner explicitly doing it. We're sort of in a process of looking at maybe having area restrictions, which would be more open. I mean, I don't know if I support those either, but it'd be more open process that would draw people in more fairly. So, all right, thank you.
So is your point, Mr. Weddleton, that you're not comfortable if he's not been voluntarily willing to do it, or you just don't think it's accurate in saying that he's voluntarily been willing to
Well, we don't know. I mean, I'd want to see something in writing. I mean, you have conversations at a community council, and obviously different views come from the same meeting. So, it'd be have something on paper, and I think we have in previous cases where they signed a piece of paper that said these are the conditions and I agree to them.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So I'm curious if we were to strike the line that says the licensee has been willing to voluntarily impose the pricing, site, and marketing restrictions, if in fact then the rest of it makes sense, because we're not speaking on his behalf without his voice here. What we're doing is assenting to what the community council has requested. It's a slight difference, it's nuanced, but we're not then saying we find that he's agreed to this when in fact he hasn't.
Great, thank you, Mr.
So then I would move that we strike that line.
Second.
The licensee has been willing to voluntarily impose the pricing, site, and marketing restrictions. Striking that line?
Yep.
Any objection from the sponsor?
No objection.
Any objection from any other member to that amendment?
No objection.
Okay, so now amendment number 3, Rivera, as amended, is before us. Mr. Traney.
Just to Mr. Whittleton, I've asked Dean Gates to come up with a regional approach to this for Midtown Community Council. But we need the approval of the body to go forward with this one on this bigger license. I've been to that community council numerous times. I've heard the applicant say he doesn't intend to comply unless everybody else in the area has to. And that's the same response we get out of him. So it's not going to change. But by the next meeting on the 19th, I intend to have introduction of that regional approach to dealing with this. Because I hear from the industry, we want to be treated the same. Well, let's bring it forward and see how many want to be treated the same. Because sometimes what people ask for isn't what they really want. We'll find out on the 19th when I introduce that. Thanks, Mr. Whittleton.
You're welcome, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Whittleton, did you want to say anything?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Then Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just 2 points. First, I think it would be great if we set up a system to do memorandums of understanding similar to what we do for
marijuana.
Sorry.
Yes, similar to what we do for marijuana. But Mr. Trainee brings up a good point. But second, I know that we are working through a regional approach. And what I would like to do and what my constituents have stated pretty emphatically is that they want for this particular license and then for any license coming forward that is within the Midtown Community Council area, that we work with the owners, with the licensee, and to put on these type of provisions so that there's a more equal playing field while we are developing the regional approach. You're going to see this actually come up in item 14B. We're going to have this very similar discussion with that license that is also in the Midtown Community Council area. So I think this is a temporary measure, doing it license by license until we do develop that regional approach. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion on this item. Mr. Constant.
Just would add that I think it's long overdue that we regulate alcohol like marijuana.
There we go. Okay.
Point of order.
Yes.
I think we need to tax alcohol like we tax marijuana, but that's another issue. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
It's not even close to a point of order. Further discussion on
Sorry.
on the amendment. We're still on the amendment, Madam Clerk. Yeah, on amendment. Is there any continued objection to the amendment number 3 as amended? Seeing none, that amendment passes. Brings us before the main motion. Item AR number 2019-52. Any discussion on that? Mr. Constant.
Question, is this the same one that we found that the AMCO board rejected?
Yes.
And if we could have a little discussion about that, because I don't know where we are in that process.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that reminder, Mr. Constant. Yes, this is the same resolution in which the ABC board rejected our ability to have another public hearing on it. So what we are doing today is passing this, bringing this back to the ABC board, and unfortunately we are sort of in their grasp on this one. They will either reconsider their action or not, but we do have a second opportunity when it comes to the SLUP for us to impose these types of conditions, and that's something that I know that we are exploring as a body. So that'll be the second and I think probably the better approach for this particular license.
Further discussion? Ready for the question? Members may proceed to vote on 2019-52.
That's on the amendment, right? The amendment? Oh, so shoot.
That item passes 10-0 with Ms. LaFrance absent, yeah. Brings us to item 13A, AO number 2018-113, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 1050-010 to change the permitted times for sale and consumption of alcohol on premises with a liquor license. Public testimony has been continued to this day, Madam Clerk. Public testimony is reopened. Anybody in the public would like to testify on this can come forward. Give us your name and affiliation, if any. And give us your testimony. Welcome.
Hi there. Thanks very much. My name is Tiffany Hall. I'm the Executive Director of Recover Alaska. Last time I spoke to this body about this particular ordinance was at a work session where I was presenting evidence based on why not to extend hours, and that there is data that shows that extending hours does increase the harms related to alcohol. And the request was put forward to do some more investigating to see whether there was any data pertinent to extending hours in the morning. So we looked, and we could not find any of that. I think it was a request from Assemblyman Dunbar. We did not find anything in the morning. Maybe it's because a lot of other places aren't extending to morning hours, or maybe that data just doesn't exist, or maybe it doesn't cause harms. We're not really sure. So I almost didn't come to testify tonight, but then I remembered that there also isn't any data showing that extending hours to the morning increases safety or health or quality of life. So even though I don't have precise research, the other side also has zero research. So, you know, I thought it was still relevant to be here. I also considered not testifying because Recover Alaska is not a prohibitionist organization. We don't want to be seen as naysayers. We are not that. We work to reduce excessive alcohol use and harms. And to me, opening at 8 a.m. is excessive alcohol use. We are partnering with the Downtown Partnership right now on their pub crawl for St. Patrick's Day on making sure they have some options for people who choose to be sober or choose to skip one round of drinking. So we're definitely not prohibitionists. But we just want to recognize the fact that Alaskans are dying at rates nearly 3 times as high as the rest of the nation. Alcohol kills more people in Alaska than opioids, meth, and all other illicit substances combined every year. It costs our state $1.84 billion every year. And, you know, with such dire problems, it's just really difficult for me to understand why we would choose to expand service of alcohol and go against all of these proven best practice policies. Also at that work session, somebody said that extending bar hours probably wouldn't impact problem drinkers, that those people buy cheap bottles of alcohol and drink them in the streets, and I don't find that to be true. I'm a person in recovery, and when I was active in my addiction, I definitely day drank at bars, and I know a lot of other people who do too. And the main reason I'm here tonight is because just last night I heard a story from somebody else in recovery. They're 2.5 years sober. They're doing great in their recovery, and yesterday was a really hard day for them. There's no reason why. They just said it was a really hard day, and they woke up with that itch, that disease of addiction knocking on their door, and they wanted to drink. And luckily, they woke up at 5 a.m. because they work out at 6 a.m. every day, and they said, there's nowhere open. There's nowhere for me to go drink at 5 a.m., not even Wasilla is open at 5 a.m., and that probably saved their life. They said, sorry, I wrote this down because it just hit me so hard. They said that they didn't know if they had another recovery in them and that this is a matter of life and death. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic or dramatic about this, and I know that for many people, opening 2 hours early probably isn't a problem, but for some of us, it really is. For some of us, it really is a matter of life and death. And the research does show that extending hours does increase harms. So I'm just here because of the kind of community that I want to see and I want to be a part of. I don't want to expand the normalization of alcohol. I don't want to teach our children that we need alcohol at every single social event and every time we want to watch sports. I don't want to be the city that provides that specific research that shows that opening 2 hours early will increase the harms of alcohol. Also, it's March, Happy Sobriety Awareness Month. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Questions, Ms. Hall, Ms. Wimhoff?
Pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remember I was in my 20s, and this came up in Anchorage to reduce our times, and I voted to reduce the times because I personally figured maybe I shouldn't be out that late. And what I heard from the police officers is that it freed their evenings up because they were spending time dealing with inebriation all night, and that was when the bars were open till 5. Yeah, and so I'm just making that comment that there was a reason that they were cut back.
Thank you, Ms. Wimhoff.
Thank you.
See any? Yes, but very politely so. Any further testimony on this item? Any at all? We'll close public testimony. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Been moved and seconded for approval. Mr. Trainee.
Thanks. I have a little amendment. You should have a copy. It's called Amendment Number 1. Finding your text, what it does has new language. As AO Section 2, page 2, beginning line 21, Section 2. This ordinance shall become effective if and only if a retail sales tax on alcoholic beverages is approved or ratified by the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage. If this condition is met, the effective date of this ordinance shall be the date of the certification of the election at which this ordinance shall be the date of certification of the election at which the approval or ratification is achieved. If this condition is not met on or before certification of the regular election in 2020, this ordinance shall be of no force or effect.
Second.
That amendment's been moved and seconded.
What this will mean is if, in effect, this amendment's passed and the alcohol tax goes forward, then this goes into effect. I will vote for this if this is on there. And I don't ever vote for alcohol, now increase in alcohol tax. But if I can get this body to agree to this condition on it, I'm willing to vote for this. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Oh, sorry, I was trying to speak to the main motion.
Okay, Mr. Constant.
Thanks. Mr. Trainee, did you intend 2019 or 2020?
2019, sorry.
Thank you. Just to make sure the record's clear, it's
I meant
2019.
2019.
Thank you.
As my colleague was telling me, I misspoke. Which I do sometimes.
Yeah. Mr. Gates.
Yeah, you know, the year here, it says 2020, that would give, I guess, another bite at the apple at the next year's election in 2020 for this bar hours change. If, for example, 2019, the vote fails, you could propose it again for the 2020 ballot. Anyways, that's the difference between 2020 and 2019.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Further discussion of the amendment.
Reasonable to you?
Yeah, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to clarify, because we just heard two differing things on the year. So is it the intent of the maker of this amendment for 2019 or 2020?
My intention is 2019, this election, sir.
Then can that just be a simple clerical fix, or should we? Okay, thank you.
So any objection, I guess it's changing it to 2019 there in the penultimate line of the amendment. So just have that one. Yeah, Mr. Constant.
To the main motion over there.
Well, so is there any objection to the amendment? Or
To the overall, you should put to
the amendment.
To the amendment to the amendment.
No, just to the amendment.
So without objection, the 2020 has been changed to 2019. Now we have the amendment as amended. Mr. Constant or Mr. Weddleton?
Again, I'm prepared for the main.
Mr. Constant's prepared for the main motion. Is there objection to the amendment as amended? Ms. Quinn Davidson?
I guess I don't necessarily.
Yeah, I object to
Yeah.
Trainee's amendment and would like to vote.
Yeah, same.
That's kind of what I thought. But is there further discussion then of it? Then, if not, Madam Clerk, on the amendment as amended. Ms. Wimhoff?
think it is politically.
Amendment passes 6-5, and that brings the main motion before us. What's the will of the body? Mr. Constant.
I just want to thank Mr. Trainee for putting that out there. Sometimes I don't understand you, but sometimes I really appreciate what you do.
Not much longer do you have to put up with me, my friend.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Croft, just speaking to the merits of this. And I really appreciate Ms. Hall coming in her testimony. You know, she made a good faith effort to look for the research we asked to. And even though you didn't find it, I really appreciate that you did, because that's really rare that we ask for research and somebody actually goes out and does it. So thank you very much for that. And I should say it's also rare that we do the follow-up research too. So. But she does mention that there's no evidence to improve quality of life. I don't think that that is necessarily true. I mean, what we have is more anecdote than data, but as Mr. Constant has pointed out in the past, there are people coming off of shift who work at night for whom this would be an improvement in the quality of life. We've also heard testimony from people in the industry saying that there are these sporting events at odd hours, and they want to be able to have a beer while they're watching their favorite soccer team in Europe. So I do think that those improve quality of life, although I agree it's not a huge shift for those folks. But I do think, another thing is that we are lowering the hour to the point that is allowed by state statute. So I believe there are other places in Alaska right now that are doing it this way. And I haven't heard reports that has led to a lot of destruction in those places. So I would urge support for this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciated Ms. Hall's testimony. I think that in a state that's riddled with problems related to alcohol, there's just absolutely no reason we would need to extend the hours of service. And I just take issue with Mr. Dunbar saying that we don't have any evidence that in other communities, we may not have evidence that from 8 to 9 that change makes a difference, but there's so much evidence of the harms of alcohol. I'm a drinker. I've expressed to all of you that I like bourbon, so I'm also not a prohibitionist, but I just don't see any reason in our community or throughout Alaska to increase the opportunity for the ills of alcohol, including public safety, health, and the many other things that are related to it. So I urge a no vote.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was initially supportive of this ordinance, but the more I think about it, I'm not okay with the risk of any possible increase in harm, so I'm a no vote.
Thank you. Ms. Wimhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am also thinking that when I'm on an airplane over airspace, it doesn't affect any state. I can have any drink I want. So when I get off the plane, I really should be sober so I can drive home. And I'm thinking the same thing for ships. I'm going to repeat that I'm not in favor of this because I don't feel that the merits outweigh the challenges. And I would be interested if someone was looking for a specific event permit. If the events are having time issues and there was a specific permit just for a specific event, I could live with something like that. But a blanket change of times, I can't approve.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I'll be voting in support, and this weekend I had an opportunity to enjoy the Iditarod and had my mind blown because I went to a place where they built a snowbank and put a bar behind it, and people had drinks and a celebration that was grand. And I was there maybe with a couple other members of the body by chance. And
I'll just note that we started serving at 10. Thank you.
I get that, but the point I'm making is that responsible people can do responsible things, and we regulate the industry pretty heavily. And I think that if there are people who can meet a need in a creative way, in a positive way, then we should be supportive of their efforts. And so I was very surprised, and in fact scratched my head like, is what we're doing here legal? And it turned out. Right out on the Iditarod Trail. So, but I did not see anybody abusing anyone else or walking away drunk or anything. It was just responsible people having a good time. And so I do like to support that. Thank you.
Further discussion on this item? You ready for the question? Members may proceed to vote. This could be a weird board. What are you doing voting? It's about booze. That item passes 6-5. Next on our agenda is item 14A, AO number 2019-26, an ordinance amending Title III of the Anchorage Municipal Code to allow for municipal employees to retain their cashable leave balance upon transfer to a new employer in the event of the acquisition of a municipal enterprise or utility by such new employer. Public testimony is now open. Any member of the public that would like to testify may come forward. That's set up. Any at all on item 2019-26? Seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Do we need Mr. Falsey? Do we need Ms. Ennis?
Yeah, the administration would request that we delay this item to the next meeting.
Right.
Changes to the personnel rules are supposed to be vetted by a committee, and we were unable to get a quorum for that committee, so we'd like to hold it over.
Move to postpone.
Till the 19th or another date, Mr. Falsey?
19th would be
I'm
fine.
sorry, we'd had a note on that, and I appreciate the clerk pointing out to me. Because we've closed it?
So then we'd move to reopen and continue the public hearing to
Yeah,
3/19.
we can postpone action, but we'll make a note to reopen public testimony. We technically closed it. So postpone action until the 19th. Any member want to make that motion?
Yep. So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any objection? Then without objection, that matter will be taken up on the 19th. Brings us to item 14B, AR 2019-63, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the transfer of ownership / location of package store liquor license number 795 for Safeway Inc. doing business as Oak and Keg number 720 located at 700 East Northern Lights Boulevard, Anchorage, Alaska 99503, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public testimony is now open on this item, this liquor license. Any member of the public who'd like to testify may come forward, state your name and affiliation, part of town if you'd like. Yes, sir. Who are you?
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Tim Potter for the record. Midtown business person and also active in the Midtown Community Council. I'm a little bit surprised that this is here at this time. A Safeway representative has attended 2 community council meetings for Midtown that I'm aware of. We have not technically taken an action and voted on this. I have passed on personally the materials for mom and pops from a memorandum of understanding standpoint, talked to them about the pricing and product issues, as well as in that specific location that there are significant groupings of, I'm not even sure what is politically correct anymore, of folks that are not necessarily busy working or doing anything else but hanging out on the corners of some of the busiest road sections in Federal Highway, actually, that we have. At the location where this store will be, it would be very easy for straw buyers to organize acquisition of alcohol and then go back out and distribute. I've suggested to the Safeway representative that they should look at a robust security system for that identification and security. We have not heard anything back on that. They are especially vulnerable on the Benson Boulevard frontage. They can walk around the corner, do a straw buyer deal, and not be seen by anybody but the people driving by. I would note that if you go into the pedestrian vehicular accident records of the last few years, there have been a significant number of pedestrian vehicle accidents that are not pretty and have resulted in deaths surrounding this block. The New Seward Highway, Benson, and Northern Lights, all the way from Denali to the New Seward Highway. Some of them are condition-based, some of them are alcohol-based, some of them are alcohol in the pedestrian, some of them are alcohol in the vehicular operator. It's problematic, and this should be addressed. I'm hopeful that Okeechobee will attend our upcoming Midtown Community Council meeting, where we will take action on this and act on a resolution for or against, or with stipulated conditions that we would like the Assembly to take action on. But I guess I'd ask for a postponement of sorts, so that we can have a chance to actually have Okeechobee make a presentation, respond to our discussion items, and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Mr. Cheney, do you have a question for Mr.
I have a question for you. Would you agree that we need to have a traffic impact analysis on that area, New Seward Highway, Benson, and Northern Lights for that matter? Because that's all in the same area around this site, sir.
I don't know that we have to have a traffic study. We have traffic counts that show that this is some of the busiest vehicular traffic area around, and that we have had a significant number of pedestrian deaths and maiming, basically, in the area, and not all attributable to alcohol, but that certainly does play into some of the accidents that have been reported.
Well, it would be nice to have that information before we make a decision on this. I will tell you, just a side note, they've not been to Rogers Park either, and that's on the other side.
I think that what would also be very good would be if, in fact, the Assembly would take a look at where the pedestrian routes are. As part of doing Seritage's redo of the old Sears facility, we specifically pushed to not have a direct center walkway out to the New Seward Highway from the Sears Mall old entry, which is kind of what's supposed to happen in the large retail establishments. And that is because that's an invitation to direct people to run across, 7 or 8 lanes of traffic right there that are going 45, sometimes faster at that location. And if you go look at that intersection with the New Seward Highway, the actual crosswalks, they're not all active. They are restricted so that the crosswalks that would be on the old Sears Mall property going directly to the east are signed as no crossing, and you have to cross over Northern Lights or Benson to cross over.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Ms. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for staying for this entire meeting and coming to testify about this item. So on your suggestion of postponement, I've talked with both the licensing clerk and with our Assembly Council, and unfortunately, it's their conclusion that if we move to postpone this, that we're going to run up into a very similar situation that we did with In-N-Out, in which postponement for a public hearing was considered arbitrary and capricious, and they denied that. So what instead I will be attempting to do with our council and with the licensing clerk is to see if we can add these types of conditions to the SLUP when that comes before us, which is one of the conditions that still needs to be met for this protest to be lifted in the first place.
Right. One thing that I did want to note for the Assembly is that in looking at the In-N-Out arbitrary and capricious finding, there's 5 boxes or so that the Assembly can check and then provide commentary as to why they're protesting or want to postpone it so that more work can be done. There were no boxes checked. It would have been good to have checked other and provide some information, and I hope that is the reason that the ABC board found it to be arbitrary and capricious, that there was no given backup material.
Thank you.
But in this case, I believe that you have been provided some specific detailed information that could be used for that other category.
Mr. Constant?
Actually, Mr. Rivera just answered my question, and the question was, are we going to fall in the same trap as we did with the previous license?
Okay. Any further questions for Mr. Potter? Any further public testimony on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Come on.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as we have heard from a representative of the Midtown Community Council and from my colleagues' questions and to him, there have been a number of fatalities in this intersection, and specifically we're talking about New Seward, Benson, and Northern Lights, specifically vehicle and pedestrian fatalities. As well as we know that there are a number of quality of life issues which the Midtown Community Council has brought forward successfully to get restrictions put on mom and pops, and we hope that those same arguments will apply for other package stores in the vicinity. So I'm going to ask us to approve this without any additional amendments, and we will come back to this when the SLUP is before us, which is, if you look at page 2, section 1, it's one of the conditions that needs to be met for the protest to be lifted. So I think we are still within our rights to add conditions onto the SLUP, and the concerns of the Midtown Community Council and Rogers Park Community Council will be hopefully dealt with in that process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further comments or debates on the main motion? Mr. Cheney.
Could we add one more in there? I'm looking at certification of the fire department, all this. Can we add certification or at least information from the police department on the traffic access for this area? I'm just concerned that we need to have it. I don't want to screw this thing up, but I think we need to have that information here, Felix.
If we,
I want to know the amount of accidents that have been there in the past. I'm concerned we're setting a kill zone up on the highway.
well, we can look for that information. You can gather that information. The question is, if you make a liquor license conditional on that information, I don't know what the ABC would do with that and how long it would take to do. But I'd love to work with you to try and gather that information.
Okay.
Any further discussion, questions, debate on AR 2019-63? We didn't amend it. We didn't need to, yeah. So not even as amended. No further discussions. Members may please proceed to vote. That item passes 11-0. Next item is item 14C, AR number 2019-64, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the new brewery liquor license number 5744 for Alaska Pacific Beverage Company, LLC, doing business as 49th State Brewing, located at 721 West 1st Avenue, Suite 49. Anchorage, Alaska 99501, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public testimony is now open on this item. Any member of the public may testify. Any at all? Seeing none, what's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. It's a protest for pending conditional use and AFD certification. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 11-0. Next up is item 14D, AR number 2019-65, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the new winery liquor license number 5745 for Alaska Pacific Beverage Company, LLC, doing business as 49th State Brewing, located at 721 West 1st Avenue, Suite number 49, Anchorage, Alaska 90501, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public testimony is open on this very similar item. Any member of the public may testify. Seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion, Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Yeah, just to note that the term winery, a winery license actually allows them to do ciders, actual true ciders, not cider ales that are beers. And so they are going to do kind of a different variety of products that you generally see, but it's not actually going to be much wine. It's going to be other things.
Appreciate that. With that information, any further discussion? Members may proceed to vote. That item passes 11-0. Next up is item 14E, ECHO, AR number 2019-67, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the transfer of controlling interest of municipal marijuana retail license number M10097 for Raspberry Roots, LLC, doing business as Raspberry Roots, stating the Assembly's, thank you. Public testimony is now open on item 14E, Raspberry Roots. Anybody wish to testify? Anybody at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote.
She's here.
Mr. Dyson on Raspberry Roots. That item passes 11-0. Next is item number 14F, AR number 2019-68, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the transfer of controlling interest of municipal marijuana cultivation license number M10098 for Raspberry Roots, LLC, doing business as Raspberry Roots. Stating this, thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item, cultivation license for Raspberry Roots. Anybody wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 11-0. Next up is item 14G. AR number 2019-69, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the transfer of controlling interest of municipal marijuana manufacturing license number M10856 for Raspberry Roots, LLC, doing business as Raspberry Roots. Wavering, thank you. Anybody want to testify on this item, 14G? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Been moved. Mr. Constant, second by Mr. Peterson. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, what's the will of, seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. Sorry. Yeah, I know, right? That item passes 11-0. Brings us to audience participation. Is there any member of the audience who'd like to testify on any item they haven't had an opportunity to before? The item we haven't had on our agenda? Seeing no one. I know. I feel kind of lonely. Audience participation is closed. Assembly comments. Do you want to start, Mr. Weddleton, or should I start with the other end?
He's normally here, but where is he now?
I don't know. Mr. Weddleton, any assembly comments?
Nothing to add, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
No comment.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we did the public a bit of a disservice by limiting debate on the rezone. I know members were eager to move on, but I feel like there were some important facts that would have been helpful to folks to have heard on the record. And so I would ask the other members of the body to please consider not doing that if ever, because I think that we should have got some of that information on the record.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. No comments.
Mr. Trainee?
No comments.
Mr. Peterson?
No comment.
Mr. Constant?
Tonight is Fat Tuesday. My heritage is Cajun, 50%, and so I would just offer that now that we're nearly done working, laissez les bon temps rouler.
Ms. Wimhoff?
I just want to say that these issues that we voted on tonight kept me up at night, and I think that says that in this group that everyone has spent a lot of time trying to find both sides, and I respect all of you. The comments that I heard from everyone on all sides always gave me thought, and I want to thank you for helping me through this process as a new member, but that was an experience. That's just what I'm going to say. That was an experience.
Mr. Dyson? All right, no comment. If he has no comment,
Move to adjourn.
then we are adjourned.
That's how.
Can I leave this and it'll get back to my box if I leave it?